long it'll take before those hellhounds come?
I don't know, probably. They're very fast.
Right. They can smell me.
Time's ticking.
Okay, I'll wait 18 seconds before I go back to the ethereal plane.
Okay.
And I go to the astral plane.
Oh, man. Oh, there's jack shit this creature can do about that. Okay. Whoosh. You fade from reality, surrounded by the silver mists.
You're underneath, you know, wrench, screwdriver, acetylene torch. And you manage to disconnect. Now you're gonna have to get it over all these traps and pits and stuff. But on the other hand, you have a flying barbarian.
You have a flying.
Yep, flying barbarian. Oh, that's exactly how we're gonna implement the ballista, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here I thought you were gonna attach it to the ship, but no.
No.
I am this ship, baby.
Oh yeah.
Airstrike. Yeah, you tricked me the
We're gonna roll into Avernus, and we're not gonna actually have any kind of like doom buggy. We're all gonna be riding on top of just Crozet floating around riding a ballista.
How did you get a blip? No, it's just a flying dwarf.
Fly me close up. I want to hit them with my sword.
Who are we?
The companions of the Crimson Chain. All right.
Well, we can get you in contact with our administrator and we can sort out this issue, but we do have to head on inside for an important matter.
Yep. Important matter's going to have to wait. Sorry. Slight matter of defamation of character. No, I've been read in entirely on your little mechanical big gob that you crafted up. And having my name bandied about inside that big fancy school of yours, getting all sorts of unwanted attention from the big horned man himself. Ooh. Ooh.
Well, you sound and look like an asshole, so I feel like we did you a favor.
The negotiator, everybody.
Me and Ariana just swap characters for a second. Sorry, gotta go in. Fuck you, asshole.
Gone full Zara here for a moment.
Think so.
Oh my god! It's hot! Oh, I'm gonna stop you so. Oh, it's so hot! I don't like this at all!
Genuinely scared.
Genuinely what?
Scared me.
My apologies.
It is easy to see it more accurately from outside of the situation than inside of the situation.
Right.
I suppose that's why you have the friends that you have around you.
Kind of like claps her hands together. One of my favorite sayings is trash can, not trash cannot. So just do it.
Didn't realize your level up gave you an extra level in philosopher.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
I honestly have very little confidence in saying I understand what you mean by that.
Okay. Just do it.
Understandable. Have a nice.
Then tell me everything you believe may have occurred.
You ever heard of the ass snake?
I don't know.
Oh, he said ass snake.
I don't know what they preach where you come from, mortal, but that's not actually a problem. We don't really care. That's, you know, whatever keeps being alive joyful, you keep being alive joyful. That's not my concern.
Unless you have expertise or anything in art.
Okay, that's, you know, that's...
Not even Madorn can penetrate the deep.
Wait, does Evil Gang have one more inspiration?
I'm checking for Evil Gang inspiration. Please stand by.
Quan, what, used 2?
I have 1 left.
Okay.
I have one left for Quan. So I'm going to count this for Evil Gang. Go ahead and roll that again.
All right. Also, let's change the name to Alex. Just just for. Wait, no way. What?
It was meant to be, Alexander.
Huh?
Evil Gang is not their shit.
It just really be like that.
My God. Oh my God. Okay.
Holy fuck.
Pop! This boggle explodes into sludge.
What did the ugly sticky babies do?
Ugly sticky
Who
baby
started this?
attack Paramir, attack us. I destroy ugly baby.
Who started it? Paramir or the ugly sticky babies?
Hard to tell. All pop out of bush.
To
To be
Just
certain.
popping out of a bush.
They live in bush.
Wait,
they pop
do
out
you
of bush.
Kill everything that pops out of a bush?
If it stinks as bad as this ugly baby, yeah.
Oh, well, I've known a lot of stinky people who are actually very nice. You can't judge a baby by his stink.
Lash looks at you, kind of confused, but also kind of in awe. If Ezek can look past stench of ugly baby, Lash can look past stench of ugly baby.
I love you, and I always have. Even though you killed me, I thought our relationship would grow into something so beautiful that neither of us would be able to stop that love or passion.
Wait, hold on. Just wait, don't go into the light yet. Like, hold him like up my arms as he's on fire. Oh god, this kind of hurts a little bit. We could have been friends. We really could have. But I just want you to know that even in your death, you will be remembered. Because I have a new line of cryptocurrency coming out.
Wait, you what?
They're called NF trinkets.
Oh god, fucking kill me now, please.
Mason and Athalor, swept up along in the fey magic of this party, said something particularly heinous about the professor who just dropped a pop quiz on them. Something incredibly insulting and a little bit louder than you intended.
Cancelled.
About Mason and Athalor, TL reads. What level spell is Twit longer?
Do you ever feel like the luck or whatever it is that's gotten you forward is going to run out at some point? Or that you can just keep going forward?
I'm pretty worried about myself all the time, but I consider Garnet a protagonist, so generally she's okay.
What? We're all main characters, and
So you're like the main character. Garnet, you know?
We're all the main characters of this story, okay? Fourth wall just punching. It like touches Athalor's elven armor. See, this is plot armor.
Okay, good point.
Yeah, that fire, we dodged it. Ariana didn't. But that's why we all woke up. So
Dragon's fine.
Dragon. Okay, you talked to the dragon?
oh yeah, that guy sucked. He just kept wanting us to say his name and open the big bad door and oh he's gonna destroy the world and kill anyone we ever want. But I won't. I can kill anybody I want. I don't know what some statue's gonna do, but and he doesn't even know his own name. Boomer much? But anyway, so like but you've slain dragons before. If you can do it, then
These are the dragons of the world before.
I would like to sit on the saddle of the cavalier and misty step myself onto the horse.
Oh damn, that's you got that for your birthday.
What the actual are you doing?
I'm riding a horse.
I'm
Dude.
on a horse. You're on a greasy horse, but you're on a horse.
I'm on a horse.
Okay, you teleport onto the fiend, this burning horse of evil, with the saddle, which wraps itself around. And according to the saddle of the Cavalier, you can't be dismounted against your will, and attacks against it have disadvantage.
I'm gonna talk to it in Infernal, because I know Infernal to try and have the horse be friends with me.
Great, now I have to roleplay a horse.
So that's great. I honestly don't get to talk that often. People don't really get to hear what I have to say. And let me tell you, I got a lot to say. I got couldn't even believe. I see a no one even pays attention to me. I'm just up in the trees doing my own thing. Except for Hootie. Hootie! Holy that dude. He got some that he wants to tell you. I'll tell you right now. Oh my gosh. That bird's got mouth on him. You think I'm like this? Oh my goodness. If looks could kill, that bird would be the most dangerous thing in this entire forest. My God.
Make a DC 21 dex save.
Cool.
Ooh,
Roll 12d10.
Yo.
Sheesh.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, that's me after eating a mild curry.
I know, it's coming out of his butt.
That's true. Wait. Flip it around. Flip me around.
Flip me around.
There we go.
Flip, there we go.
67 points of damage.
All right.
Care for the capybara.
I walk over to him.
Okay.
And I'm tired of watching this. And I slice his throat. You die with honor. And I keep sawing for a little bit, just so I get the head out. And I hold the head up above.
Blood everywhere.
For you! For you!
The wolf, listen.
If you'll allow it.
If you allow it, I like to skin the wolf's head and place it on Mr. Sir Thomas to disguise him poorly as not a cow.
You're just making him wear stinky skin.
Like a mask. Like a mask. Mask off. Look at mask off. Yeah, like that. It's so close.
It's a were-cow. Okay. You can certainly try. We're gonna go ahead and leave you cheerfully peeling the face off of this dead wolf so that you can stick it on your cow's head. And I'm gonna just drop that mental image with everybody. They're assassins. They're basically ninjas, you know? Dexterity is what they're good at. That said, they don't have evasion. They all take the damage in the face. They're all significantly weakened. And you blow a hole in the side of the tent, and Untermaler is going to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit.
Oops. He's
oh, these
fine.
damn kids and their fireballs.
He's fine.
Back in my day, you did 5 minutes of trigonometry to make sure no one was in the blast radius.
Well, you guys didn't teach me that. I was born this way, so.
Ariana, Garnet said like high fiving. Yes, slay, queen.
Yeah, slay. Actually, slay them.
All right. So he's just standing there minding his own goddamn business when a giant fireball goes off and singes him for 21 points of damage. Okay. All right. This is a ridiculous plan, and they're going to go with it.
I prefer the one where we don't die, so I like this.
They go away
Also,
after
I
an
need some
hour.
earplugs.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so
someone gonna heal me?
yeah, they're already like coming back with healing potions in crates, you know, like 24 packs of healing potions.
Just got a shock and a healing potion.
It's like a study session all over again. It's just chugging Red Bull.
Once again,
Red Bull give you fiends.
Not what I expected to be happening today.
Ariana will go back and say, Sig, is Nightshade gonna kill Garnet in this situation?
I've never seen this in my life.
That's not a no.
I don't know.
That's also not a yes.
I don't know what to say.
That's not helpful.
We're dealing with magic we've never experienced before, Ariana.
Oh God. Ariana's gonna try to absorb elements.
Okay, what element are you absorbing?
Dark.
Is that on the list of elements you can absorb with the spell?
No.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Breaking time and space with their arcane potential, they're able to burrow into this creature's mind and tell it no. And determined, having not seen a creature for who knows how long, this lonely, sad soul ignores the command. And then, in retrospect, Camellia, burning an ounce of their heroism and the bit of luck that they got from Fortune's father, is able to also bring their will to bear, trying to force this creature not to do that. And like a stubborn child that demands more from life than what it's been given, the lonely creature
Well, now
says
it still has to make
9.
the attack roll for it to
That's right.
land, but-
And now it has to make the attack roll. So it is going to make its attack. After all of this, it's just going to miss. Watch. All right. So
Come on, baby.
harpoon arm go. A natural 1. I have 9 inspiration. I'm using one. But that wail of yes from the natural 1.
Your last saving throw. With a 3rd success, you are back up with 1 HP.
What will you do with it?
I cast sleep at 5th level.
You have more than 57 HP. Do you have more than 57 HP?
44.
I'm gonna get you.
It's more about what we're going to accomplish. I think this is, it's beyond just me. I'll be okay.
It is
I-
beyond us.
Taps Mason's shoulder and, well, our last friend died, but I'll make sure you don't.
I lost 2 friends.
Oh, sorry, 2. Yeah, thank you.
I'm
But you're
going
different.
to.
You're built different.
I'm gonna take that as it was supposed to be comforting. So thank you, Garnet.
Think so.
Oh my god! It's hot! Oh, I'm gonna stop you so. Oh, it's so hot! I don't like this at all!
Genuinely
Genuinely what?
scared me.
My apologies.
So it's just this guy trying to be summoned.
He's trying to summon himself.
I will go have my shadows teabag the teleportation zone. Proceed to teabag.
I need you
in
to
an
roll,
effort to taunt.
I need you to roll a persuasion check to convince the Phoenix Knights not to immediately smite the hell beast that you're riding on.
The horse I'm on? Well, it's because I'm riding the horse. They need to be persuaded not to
Yeah,
dismount
because it's
me?
evil. It's a fiend. It's in league with the Infernals. It is an abomination that must be purged.
But it's just a baby.
A malevolent. It's not a baby. As it like as it paws at the crushed skulls of the devils.
Eats the corpse of its former rider.
The two Phoenix Knights sort of look at each other,
It's fine.
and they're going to steel themselves against the malevolent force attempting to rise.
Waves the crypto boy's body. This one yours?
I'm Fiat.
Yeah, this is the crypto boy.
Yes, that one's ours. You can just go ahead and leave him there.
Oh, okay. Drops him.
Also, disclaimer, chat. Also, not dead.
So do I see both Crystal Pirate and Artificer?
Yes, and 4 ninjas.
Which one of you two is more important? Or who's the boss?
Hey, who's the biggest bully at school? Which one of you is it?
Crystal Pirate like
Walk right up
floats.
into my secret base.
He's standing on
punch
this
my
like little
biggest-
crystal thing, and he's just floating there, looking at you with all these colorful crystals floating around him.
I guess I'm the majority share owner, so that would be me.
Alright, I attack whoever said that.
Who said that?
Flip them. Okay, one black card. That's a big success. That's a critical success. So this is perfect. You already have an edge, right? So you can't gain another edge, but you can double the effect, which means you can quiet both wolves.
My friends. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
God, I almost fucking died. I never died in a one shot. My heart hurts,
This game, again, you start out from very humble origins. You're not mighty heroes. You're just townsfolk. It's easy to die.
We're coming from stupid origins.
Okay.
Prompto
so
looks out after the fleeing scientist. Abby, go. And then he'd go over. He's going to touch the back of the doctor's head with his symbiote hand, and then his hand is going to transform into the doctor's hand, and he's going to put it on the orb.
Oh. Yeah, baby.
What does that do?
Something that gnomes didn't expect.
That's a great question.
Hi.
Okay, describe this devil's fate at the claws of Slobber Chops.
He gets like whipped around, lands on his head, still like conscious and alive. Slobs just starts like going at his ass, just like and just disembowels him.
Oh! Like I imagine the camera pans away and you hear a sound like a wood chipper, and you just gore spewing off to the side. It's like somewhat, discretionary shot, but
His legs are like.
And then Slobber Chops' face comes up into the screen, covered in gore, and it just does the one lick, the one like aggressive face lick. Yep.
I hate exactly what it is. I hate everything I stand for.
Of the Four Kingdoms to Book of Dawn, Ioth Academy. I'm tormented by gnomes, your game master and host, joined by my illustrious cast consisting of Crowan, Leg Day, and Lemon Kiwi. Crowan, how's it going?
Pretty good. Had a little Halloween party last weekend.
Right on, right on.
Fun in the spooky season, so gotta celebrate, right? And then TFT NA Regionals is upcoming, so my brain's just TFT, TFT only. But it's been good though. It's been good.
You're competing in December, right?
I am. I'm competing in the Vegas event in December.
All right,
as well.
all right,
I gotta
all right.
wash the rest off and still go 8th, and then enjoy the rest of the trip after I get day 1.
All right. The channel point. No, I probably can't say that. We'll get in trouble. We're streaming on all the platforms today, by the way. We're streaming on all the platforms, so like there might be different, Anyways, like that.
You can mention channel points.
Yeah. The channel points prediction. The prediction will be up for whether or not you get day 1.
That would be some excellent prediction bait. I like
Yes.
that. Wide-ranging predictions are pretty good. Won a bunch of Overwatch League games today. Recovered my computer from a series of blue screens yesterday. Just call me Leg Day the Tech Guy, or unlucky with Tech Guy sometimes.
Leg Day's Tech Tips. Lemon, sup?
Sup? I don't.
Charisma 20, everybody.
It's 20. I don't know. World Cup got announced. That's pretty exciting. I did my hair did today, and
Okay, I thought it looked different. It looks fantastic.
yay, thank you.
Plus one.
Gnome's the only one who noticed. Great friends you guys are.
See, I never want to say something because like it's not a it's noticeable, but it's not so noticeable that it couldn't be like a totally different camera setting, you know?
Oh yeah, true.
That's why I didn't say anything.
Crowan and I are both men's men. We're like, yep, that's red.
Just staying with the blood of my enemies, you know. War Crime Wednesday.
All along, Garnet was the player and Lemon Kiwi was the character.
Yup.
Uh-oh.
Self-insert gang. All right, so let me just make sure I've got everything active and turned on. I've been messing with our Streamloots cards a lot, so we have some exciting new ones that are out there in the wild. There are a bunch of Infernals that were underappreciated and underrepresented, so now they're in there.
Oh, good.
Because that's what this campaign needed.
Yeah, more year 5, baby. Here we go.
More Infernal. Yay!
The last month or so of the campaign, I think a day has passed. All right. No, it's been a couple days. It's been a few days. I've been slowly pushing the plot line along. Speaking of the plot line, when last we left our heroes at dusk in Brontha, the city of the Sunrider, as the last red light faded away in the west, a burst of searing fire descended upon a specially prepared pyre, laden with holy oils and cinnamon and incense. Upon it stood the body of Athalor on Onderud. And mere moments ago, he was utterly incinerated, reduced to ash by the combined power of all of Brontha's most high-ranking, powerful clerics and the priest king himself. Guided, the spark was set by Garnet, the blessed child. Now Mason and Garnet stand on that ziggurat, the temple of the setting sun, as acolytes gather the ashes of Athalor into a specially prepared bronze vessel and solemnly begin carrying it to the temple in the north, on the other side of the city.
This is where I really flex my RP chops. I am
Just blows away in the wind. Someone plays like a gust of wind. And it's just
I can't
gust.
The cantrip gust.
Guess he's gone forever.
Yeah, they're just gonna reach for you, and they're gonna reach for the two of you to go ahead and follow them to the temple in the north, where you will hold vigil for your friend. This is the part of the rite where your involvement is most important. Please feel free to interject if there's anything you want to throw in there or anything you want to bring up. But as you make your way across the city, they explain to you that your memories of Athalor and the bond that you share with him will be the anchors that will tie him to this material world. When most people pass through the cycle and enter death and descend down into the underworld, they're unraveled. They are unwoven so that the threads of their being can be rewoven into new life. They could be scattered across different places, different people. Who they were is gone, reabsorbed by the rest of the universe. And in order for that to not happen, Athalor's own sense of identity and the bonds that tie him to this life need to be incredibly strong. The Temple of Rebirth in the north of the city is the temple that is most kept at midnight. That's the sacred hour of that temple, that point in the cycle. It's a temple associated with winter, and it's also where one of the main springs underneath this city. Long ago, before Brontha was dedicated to Zalar, life flourished here in the desert because of the springs underneath it. So this temple, underneath, inside the ziggurat, is a chamber where one of these springs flows. Light reflects and ripples across the interior of this chamber. The stone is smooth and slightly damp, and there are places for meditation and prayer as normally the clerics contemplate the rebirth of the sun, the renewal of the sun as what was the old day is unraveled to become the new. They're going to leave the two of you alone in the heart of this temple with Athalor's ashes in a bowl and the spring in front of you. So, the two of you are just left. If you're not going to chit-chat, I just need to hear from each of you what's going through your mind and what you're focusing on in order to anchor Athalor to this world. What memories, what aspects are you meditating on?
This has been like told to us as like we need to be focusing on Athalor, and like this whole process like it was explained to us, right? I think
yes.
Mantra would take a couple deep breaths, knowing that Garnet has spent far more time around Athalor, wants to try to like facilitate a lot of her strong memories, and would just turn to Garnet and say, you know, I don't know if I know this actually, but how did you and Athalor become friends? How did you first meet?
We were just in the grove together and came to the academy around the same time, and I don't know, we all just connected because of the campaign, but
It's like the invisible hand of fate was upon you.
Wow, that's crazy.
I guess like Garnet is like holding the urn or bowl that contains Athalor's ashes, you know, while talking to Mantra, and she's not really sure how to reach like Athalor's soul, and maybe deep down doesn't even know if she'll ever see him again. But she's still trying to think of like memories and stuff like that. And she's thinking about back when she worked with Ariana and like kind of held her hands to try and I can't remember if it was to find Athalor or to find Alex, but we like channeled the power of friendship at that point to do that. And I guess she like reaches over to Mason's hand to hold it to see if she could try to replicate that feeling and then maybe in some ways try to get reassurance or comfort from him.
I think kind of instinctually sensing that there's something trying to be communicated here. I think Mantra would place a little circle down, and will, you know, mechanically, you know, gives the mental buffs, but also just have a little infusion of, you know, some kind of calming energies, like, you know, a little restoration ward kind of on top of it, kind of thing. It's like a different little narrative flavor of circle, as well, to try to help Garnet out to kind of remember and also be able to do whatever she's doing.
Athalor. For a moment, and you're not sure how long it lasts, there is nothing but pain. The light is so all-consuming and overpowering that it shatters your sense of sight. Every nerve in your body sends one last signal before letting go of the elements that comprise it and drifting away to ash. You've experienced things like teleportation, interdimensional travel, moments of passing through liminal space before, but this is completely different because in the blink of an eye, in a very, very long flash, your body is no longer telling you anything. What is the first thought through your mind?
Am I alone?
For a brief moment, you hear the word in Garnet's voice, in a language that tears sound from the air instead of adding it, as shadows like ink spread across her face. And she goes someplace you can't reach her. But that's not what's actually happening. You, I guess we'll say stand, for lack of a better word. You stand on glistening marble shores. To the left and to the right of you, as far as the eye can see, is this beach, where every single individual grain is a tiny fleck of marble. The light glistens and sparkles as it moves across it. And whenever the sand shifts, there's this stinging, humming, chiming sound, almost like a finger around the rim of a glass of true crystal. Behind you are mountains, perfectly symmetrical, sharp mountains of marble, rising impossibly high, each one a continent, so huge you shouldn't be able to see all the way to them. They each comprise a horizon in their own right, and yet there they are, all identical behind you, from sky to sky. And like your home, the skyless city of Onderud, another set of razor-sharp, perfectly triangular, gigantic marble mountains hangs from above behind you. It's as if the horizon is the innumerable jaws of some colossal cosmic beast. And in front of you is tumult. The sands of this beach, and not in water, the splashing waves of the ocean, but they simply give way to a tempest, a storm of howling wind and churning clouds and lightning that rips across the sky. Again, out as far as you can see, tornadoes and thunderbolts from down all the way up around you to the mountains behind you. Storm clouds the size of cities in this cosmic vista spreading out before you. And you are conscious of two more things. On your left, the last descending light of a burning, dying sun falling beneath the horizon. And on your right, the silver opalescent humming glow of an enormous colossal pearl as the moon, freshly born, in perfect synchronicity and parallel with the sun, begins to rise to take its place.
I flex my bare toes in my marble to see if there are any rhythms underneath it, if there's any pulling direction, whether it's towards the mountains or towards the sea, if the wind is beckoning me one way or the other.
The wind does not touch you.
Can I see it affecting things around me? Is it as if it's bending around me, or is it simply less corporeal?
The marble sands are entirely unmoved. With a storm like this, you'd expect that low shimmer across the beach where it moves so fast that it scourges your ankles, but it's completely unmoved.
Athalor looks over to the setting sun and sees if there's any semblance there, tricks of the light of what he's elected to leave behind and possibly never return to.
Yes. That is where the hum of the gyre lies. That pattern that exists inside your very body. And so too, a thin, almost like like a skin on top of a pudding or a layer of pond scum over the surface. You can see it even now burning away, going up in smoke. All of it. You see your father's face in a green flash on the horizon, also going up in smoke.
Before the sun. Which way did the voice of Garnet leave in?
Into the storm.
Okay. This incorporeal consciousness of Athalor, is it clothed at all or still in the white robes?
It is now.
Oh. Close to dream rules?
It would seem. But it seems diaphanous, translucent, almost unreal. And you
Not supposed to be here.
You can't feel it hanging on your body. Though occasionally it, unlike the marble sands at your feet, moves as if in response to the terrible churning storms in front of you.
Athalor turns away from the sunset and lets his shoulders sag as the gravity of the situation and what might be at risk and what might be left behind sets upon his this faintly ethereal person. For the imaginary weight that it has, it still does bear down on him and walks slowly, but with it's the kind of confidence of, I imagine we've seen this from Garnet a few times, the confidence of someone who's very upset and doesn't want to be doing what they're doing, but they know that they have to. The upset stride of walking along the beach away from the sunset, whether it's towards the moon or between the storm and the mountains, is indiscriminate, but it is definitely a move away from what he's promised to leave behind.
Okay. The further you walk, the more the embers of the dying sun fade. It's less like the light is dimming and more like shadow is spreading, pouring across from that side, following behind you. Not pursuing you, just as you move away from the west, it all drifts off into darkness. And you find that silver light, that opalescent shine, growing stronger. Brighter is almost the wrong word. Stronger is more like it. And you can feel it like the chime, not the hum and the heartbeat of the gyre, but like the chime of a bell. As the moon begins to rise in front of you, appearing more and more and growing larger and larger on that horizon. There is something on your left.
That would be out in the storm.
Out in the storm. The marble sand streams away in one spot, like it's falling over an edge. Except instead of falling, it's streaming out in a narrow path, like an impossibly frail bridge that rises up far, far away and into the unseen depths of the tempest and the tumult.
And this is directly on my left.
Mm-hmm.
Athalor places a foot upon the bridge to test its weight.
As soon as you place a foot there, you can suddenly feel the wind swirling and churning and tearing as if it's going to past you, rip you away, and just pull you off into the storm. It doesn't. But when you walk on the bridge, you can feel it. You feel so weightless, so light against its rage. Rage is the wrong word. It's not angry. It's just absolute.
As happened with the clothes, Athalor imagines the bridge bending at a more shallow angle to stay almost parallel with the beach. Does it move?
No.
Okay, not entirely dream rules. Athalor looks up into the storm and reckons as to whether it is some manner of temptation or if he's supposed to move into it as if it was a reflection of the challenges ahead, the dark decisions that need to be made. In the end, he steps off the bridge and bastardizes the Bronthan prayer. Look east, O Alpar, look east, and continues towards the rising moon.
There's an answer to your question. You are not alone. It feels comforting. The further you walk, you start to see something beyond the maw of the horizon, back on the other side. Before, it was all almost completely obscured, but it's as if the sets of teeth have started to separate. And you can see through it the brilliant celestial lights. Anakra has no stars. It has instead great clouds, almost nebulas, auroras, like the northern lights. The celestial lights just flowing in rivers of different colors across the sky. They've never been as brilliant as they are here and as they are now. And looking at them, it's almost as if you can see, and the longer you stare at them, the more it becomes clear to you. You can see how the different colors and streams move in time with each other, how the various hues are almost different tones, how all of it harmonizes together. It's not quite the same as the gyre. It has its own music, its own harmony.
Does it seem attainable in the weird metaphysics of this place? Could one go there? Could you stand atop the mountain continent?
No.
It would take too long, or it simply keeps receding away?
You can't go that way.
Is that what the presence who's with me tells me?
You just know.
An inner thought, a rule in my brain. Athalor continues walking towards the moon, but keeps focused on these celestial bodies, whatever they might be.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing if perhaps he could reach out towards them and, whether it's with his brain or with his fingertips, touch these stars.
Mantra and Garnet, I would like each of you to make charisma checks, please.
Uh-oh. Okay.
17 for
That's
Mantra.
great.
A
That's
natural
great.
20 for Garnet.
What the fuck?
He's gonna give me a big spirit bomb.
Okay. Athalor, on that other side of those mountains, away from where you are, in those lights, you can almost see their faces. Or in the melodies being played in physical reality, not even auditory. Crossing the great bands of rippling hues, you can see moments and memories of you with them. And Garnet, as you're focusing on Athalor, with whatever faith you may or may not have, whatever doubts you may have, you at least know that the memories are yours. What would you say is your strongest or dearest, your choice, memory of Athalor?
Probably when we worked together during the ritual to destroy the book or help with the book there.
Okay. Okay.
That one or pulling me out of the void. Those are two big memories.
They're almost tied together. In one case, you accidentally threw the Book of Dawn into the void, and in the other, you were pulled out of the void. And you can see all of that, and Athalor, at the same time, you can almost see it or hear it in the flashes of lightning in the storm on the left-hand side. And as you see those things and you feel those memories, you sink a little bit more with each step into the marble sands. You're starting to leave behind the faintest of footprints.
The sounds coming from the thunder would coalesce towards being Bronthon warhorns. That's one of the ways that she was pulled back from the void. The ear horn of hearing placed up to her ear, where she was deafened to everything. The Bronthon warhorn on the other side of it. Like an almost a brass section is as a thunderstorm. Along with a celestial hum of intertwined rituals and what could charitably be described as arcane curry.
And with each additional tone, another little grain of marble sand that would have just ignored your passing shifts or depresses into the beach or moves aside at your passing.
I once again kind of crunch the toes, flex the toes.
Mm-hmm.
Do they feel real? Do I feel real?
A little, as if it's coming from a great distance away or just barely brushing against you.
Athor puts a little bit more energy into his steps. If he springs off what little resistance the sound gives, does he float?
Yeah,
Physics normal.
a little. You kind of end up drifting back down.
Corporeality is a loose concept.
Mm-hmm. The moon is now
towards the stars that resonated with the memories of his longest time friend now.
The light mixes with that of the moon, now almost wholly above the horizon. And you see something out there in those celestial lights. And possibly far away, but you don't have eyes, per se. Distance is just a matter of focus. There is a blank spot in the lights.
Is it akin to the void that I've seen before?
Not the void, not nothingness.
But it's a presence that creates absence.
It's a wound, Athalor. It's a wound.
As I notice the wound, once again, query within my mind and within my feet, can I move towards it?
No, but when you try, you can see it. And it's not even that your vision or awareness is zooming in to the exclusion of everything else. It's more like it's expanding. So you still perceive everything around you, but that part is now more and more in focus as your consciousness just encapsulates more of it. And you can see colors mixed in that you didn't see before. Vibrant blood red, trickling up from the earth through those lights and dripping out through that wound.
The red is coming from the continents that were formed on my right.
Somewhere beyond those mountains. Somewhere beyond the great jaws of reality.
That's the means by which that thing is coming here. I try to look beyond the wound, follow the red.
It grows and grows until suddenly all the light is gone. It's not. You can still see it. But you can see it's as if through that wound on the other side is complete darkness, utterly opaque. You know the underside of it is filled with light and life and color and magic. The moment that your vision passes through, you can only see that from this side, not from this side. And out there is everything. Everything else. Impossibly far away. Distant lights that your vision can't reach because those are worlds in and of themselves, so impossibly far away that it's almost unimaginable. But that stream of blood, that you can follow. That your attention, your memory travels along. Out further and further and further into the darkness. Until it too vanishes. Bit by bit.
With my attention at the end of the stream, I stop everything, breathing, any noise, and I listen.
The noise is impossible. Even though the harmony of the celestial lights is still somewhere in your consciousness, the chittering, the scuttling of chitinous flesh against chitinous flesh, the desperate, gasping, mouthing of tens of thousands of beaks and mouths and proboscises, the grasping of unspoken limbs, segmented in exoskeletons and cartilage that should not be possible. The sound of hunger. And something that is not a mind and is not many minds. And it does not think, but it has a great will. A will that is entirely focused on following that trail of blood. And something else pulling on it. Pulling it closer, just slightly faster. A strand leading back that you didn't perceive until you made it all the way here. tying all the way back. But that strand, as you follow the stream of blood upwards, that strand is burning away at the opposite side. It's almost like a burning wick of a candle following you.
It was me.
Yes.
Whatever phantasm of Athalor remains on the beach, shudders with both guilt and the insane alien unimaginableness of what lies on the other side, but also resolution at whatever the choice was, and no matter how it ends, this was the right one.
The hunger's also gone. You suddenly realize that you can smell, if that's even the right word, that savory, bloody steak umami flavor of the earth's pure blood, of Arakura's blood. And it does nothing. You don't feel anything towards it. So if that's gone, if the body that felt that is gone, and if the body that was born of Onderud and spent all of its years next to the very heart of the gyre until it resonated, your very flesh resonated with the heart of your home, is gone, what is there now?
A mind and a resolve. Willing to act against these things at the cost of everything that the being known as Athalor had ever known. The resolution to maintain that protection of the wider world, not just his friends, is what remains most of Athalor on Underwood.
But if that's what you die for, what would this person live for? That can be harder.
There are tyrannies here that I have to break as well. I've already began. Alongside my friends, we've moved towards freeing the people of the mortal plane, demolished armies, and slewn gods. I would live to remove the influence that I had allowed to get so far. And then live to enjoy the world that creates. To see, well, maybe not bathed in the energy, a new dawn.
Would you still sing? Write songs? Make things with your hands? Test the strength of your body? Perform on a stage? Act with your friends?
How could one not sing when they see wonders such as this? He looks out once again towards the stars. They must know what I've seen.
Beauty and sharing that beauty, that can be enough. That's more than enough. All right. Take those things, those memories, those songs, the resolve that you have, but also all the small things that make you smile and cry. All the things that they may not include if they tell stories about you someday, but that matter to you. Take all of those things and then walk back and make yourself anew.
Athel looks over his shoulder. Does the sun still linger?
The sun is gone. The moon shines in radiant beauty above you.
I choose to live in harmony with the songs that I've seen and heard today. Small things I remember. The way Mantra laughs when we tell a stupid joke. The way that Garnet blushes when she knows that she's wrong, but won't admit it. And how I prod her about that. The way my floorboard creaks because of all the shit that I've stolen. But it's reassuring to know that there's still something down there.
With each of these thoughts and memories, the sand gives way a little bit more beneath you. I don't know if becoming more real is the right term, but there's more to you. You sink into the sand. You have some weight. You have matter. Not physical matter, but things that matter to you. They are holding you down like a burden, but it's comforting at the same time. The bridge out into the storm glistens in that same moonlight.
Where do I go?
The only way out is through. The way back is the way forward. Just carry these things with you and you won't blow away.
I walk with my father's gait, but I have the will of my mother, and she is indomitable. And he steps upon the bridge.
Again, instantaneously, you can feel that wind tearing at you, but you are more solid now. You weigh more now. And each step is more challenging than the last. If you stood for nothing, if you brought nothing with you, you'd be torn off and unraveled out there in the tempest. But there is enough to carry you step by step, even if sometimes it's barely one foot in front of the other, into that howling storm. And as you pass through and the celestial lights somehow still shine above you, even though they should be back there, you don't know how long it takes, but after a very long time, out in front of you, you can see that the sun rises. Garnet and Mantra. It's a long night. Nobody comes to get you or talk to you until midnight. From dusk until midnight, you're left pretty much alone. How does the time pass?
Mantra would be just asking Garnet a bunch of questions about Athlor just to get her like talking and reliving kind of memories and hopes that it helps out the process
Mhm.
in something. Would ask questions like getting back to like year one and all the shit that they went through, and
And it's
favorite
like,
parts of it, stuff like that.
and I think she's like happily answering and like living back in those memories. And there's probably like, she probably hasn't thought about a lot of those memories in a while because, you know, Doom year and whatnot. But I
Feels like
think
it's been going on forever.
I think as the hours go by, though, I think the more we talk about Athalor, the more it's becoming like a in memory of. Like it's kind of more solemn and more like depressing as it's more setting in that this isn't working. Like he should have showed up by now. It's like her thoughts, you know, and like nothing is happening. We're just sitting here with Athalor's ashes. Like what body does he even go into? Like she's internally getting more and more depressed and freaking out, but she's trying to also be mindful that, you know, Mantra is also Athalor's friend and he's trying to celebrate his memory, whether he is permanently gone or not. He's trying to celebrate that memory and, you know, and give him honor that way. So she's trying to uplift herself to make Mantra happy, but he could probably tell that this is not the same joyful, like, oh, I remember this and this and that. It's more like, yeah, that was some good times, you know. It's getting more tired now as the hours go on.
I think kind of in the almost Mantra, I think is having a opposite kind of progression, or at first it was like, oh shit, this is spooky monkus, like this, we have to make sure this works, like actually retells memories and stuff. But as the time goes on and Mantra's like hearing all these stories, it's like nice perspective for Mantra to hear, and kind of like feeling like, oh, this is cool. Like now when Nathlor comes back and all these things, and you know, we can talk and joke about them perhaps, where Mantra didn't have that kind of context before. But I think also like recognizes that as the hours go by, Garnet is yeah, a little doomer over there about it. So it's like try to keep spirits up, but I mean, yeah, it's probably difficult, but trying his best to respond positively to these things, and always like use like affirming language, like, oh yeah, you know, when Athalor comes back, yada yada yada, and things like that.
She's like cheered up a little bit more, like when he says when he comes back, you know. And so when he says like that, she's like reassured bit by bit, but is like, you know, came into this thinking it was not gonna work, went Omega Cope mode, and is back into I knew this wasn't gonna work. And I guess like after, like, I guess as it approaches midnight, he's probably like, she'll probably be like, when does this, how long do we do this for? Should we go get someone?
Is it at night yet? I think they said it was a whole from midnight and then it ended on the next midnight or something.
Do we have watches now? It's like, do we?
What time is it?
No, you're underground with no view of the sky whatsoever in the heart of a stone pyramid.
I guess if no one comes for us, we just wait until they do. Want to mess anything up, I guess.
Um,
But no news is good news, right?
no news is bad news.
No news is good news.
Do you have detect magic or something?
Nope. I don't. Why? What are you thinking?
Gives like a gentle shake to the bowl urn. I just want to know if something's happening in there. Is he reforming or can he hear us?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear us? Please respond.
What if I draw a smiley face? Does that-
Are they going to get impatient and do anything before midnight? Or are they in the middle of discussing it when midnight rolls around?
Mantra would be like, I'm down to wait it out, content to wait. I think it's probably the best, but
Garnet?
Yeah. I'll wait as long as you want.
like if it gets to be next morning or something, maybe we can do something else from there.
Okay, but can we do something else?
Yeah, like what? What do you?
Like, brings out a pillar's board from her bag and she starts placing the pieces and, well,
Oh, I'm awful at this game, so it might not be that much fun for you, but I'll try my best.
That's going to make it so much more fun for her.
yeah, I remember to get away from work or that stuff. I would play this a lot at school. And Ethel never played with me, but you could be my new pillar's friend.
You can teach me. I'll try to learn best I can.
The game board is set up like the symbol of the 4-pointed star within a circle within a circle within a 4-pointed star within a circle. You move your pieces along the various tracks. Each point represents one of the 4 pillars: birth, life, death, and renewal. As you play the game, are currently, the way that the temples in the city are arranged is not unlike the positions of a pillar board. These 4 temples, which would put you at the 4th pillar, which is renewal, and you don't win the game until you get all the way back around to birth. Back to the beginning. As you're playing, you hear footsteps.
I'll just put a piece down, just stops. Oh, there's someone there.
Oh, should we put this away? Should we look like we were working, doing something?
Look busy.
Too late. They probably come in and it's cycle-ish. It's fine.
Yeah. The priests enter bearing candles, and they say nothing as they shuffle out of the passages and sort of stand around the square-shaped pool, the spring water pool, as just like this smooth stone cut out in the floor almost. And Pothinus is there as well. And he reaches for the bowl containing Athalor's ashes.
Oh, hands it to them.
Starts putting the pillar pieces away.
Helps.
He picks it up. And all of the priests basically turn and form a line. And they make space for you to join them. And they begin walking very, very, very slowly, each of them with these candles, not saying a single word, around this well, this spring.
Joins them.
Likewise.
When he reaches what must be the northernmost point, Pothinus reaches in with his paw and scoops up a handful of Athalor's ashes, holds it out over the spring, and lets it flow through his fingers into the water. A different acolyte then takes a silver ladle, and dips it down into the water. And then Pothinus swaps with the kid, who holds up the bowl with the ashes, and he takes a silver ladle, and he delicately drips a few drops of it into the bowl. He continues walking, not a single word spoken by any of them, until he gets to the next cardinal point, at which point, bearing the ashes, he starts walking out, followed by all the different priests and ostensibly the 2 of you.
Yeah, I mean, if we're on the line and they start moving, I guess just follow the line.
Yep.
One cannot simply exit the cult conga.
And so over the course of probably an hour, maybe more, I'm not sure, they don't retrace their steps, so they complete the circle, and you are back at the Temple of the Dawn, the temple where the sun rises, where you started all of this. And you've climbed a lot of steps today. You've done a lot of ziggurat climbing today. And so and you haven't slept for at least 24 hours. Maybe things are starting to get a little sore. Maybe steps are lagging. As you make the climb up again. And Pothinus sets the bowl of ashes between the two pillars shaped like wings that frame the sun when it rises. And all the clerics take up positions and wait. And Mantra, you're fine. You're completely fine doing the climbing.
For fun.
Absolute trooper.
You want me to roll too?
Yeah, with disadvantage, because chat gave you disadvantage.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh no.
A 10.
I'm gassed.
You don't take like a rank of exhaustion, but you're feeling it.
Thanks.
And it's midnight, and the sun's going to rise in like 6 hours. So enjoy another 6 hours of vigil, during which none of the priests say anything.
Is this normal for ceremonies like this?
Yeah. A lot of midnight, or because, Zalar's the god of the sun, and midnight is like the opposite of the peak of his power. So a lot of ceremonies about the fourth pillar of renewal involve silence. So it's a concept you definitely be familiar with, even if you're standing around with a bowl of the slightly, damp ashes of your dead friend and a bunch of strangers saying nothing for 6 hours.
Got it.
Going along with it.
All right. At the end of that time, the light in the distance begins to change out to the east, just like yesterday. And everybody shifts and takes up different positions, and they start to light censers of incense. And the red glow spreads across the horizon, again, almost like wings. You're tired. It's bright. Your friend's dead. It's been all night. And you can hear them. You can hear the prayer start to go out throughout the entire city again. Look east, O Brantha, look east, as this high chanted song almost. And as it does, and the first light of the sun itself breaks over the horizon. Garnet, roll a perception check, please. 25? Yeesh. All right. I mean, everyone's turned directly towards the sun, which is a thing you are not supposed to do. So it's a little bit bright, and it's a little bit difficult to tell what's going on. But there is somebody climbing up the steps from the eastern side.
Like, what size person is this?
6 foot something.
Damn! See me sickle. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
6 foot. I mean, okay, so serious? 6 foot. That is adult, and we'll nudge Mantra and just like point with our head, like
Mantra, there's no one there.
Oh.
The graphic hair guy.
You see that?
What do you see? What?
That. She keeps trying to like stare deeper into the sun, I guess, and blinding herself. But
Yeah,
trying to make
looks
out
like
who it was.
I don't. Right, I can't.
Are you looking at this eclipse right now?
I don't. Is it? Can you describe it? Like, what am I looking for?
Person, right there.
They're wearing the full ceremonial robes of one of the High Flame Fathers. Incredibly ornate. It looks almost like High Priest Wallagash's stuff that he wears. It's got like the feathers and all the colors of fire all the way down. It's the robes of the High Priest. But Wallagash is behind you.
Well, I know we've been awake for a while, but I don't.
I'm not crazy, and is looking around to see if anyone else is like looking at this person too, or
Nope, they're all just reciting the prayer of the rising sun.
is gonna try waving at the person, see if they wave back.
They stop and they wave back. Again, almost entirely a silhouette.
How far is this?
Oh, it's a big plaza, probably like a good 60 feet. But they're getting closer. They're making their way closer.
I'll just still try to look like, who the fuck is she talking about? Like, what?
There's nobody there, my guy.
It's just gonna grab Mantra's hand and just start walking towards it, and it's trying to like block out the light to see if she can like make out who it is, as she's like walking with a pretty hurried pace.
All right.
It's being dragged along, like, okay.
You can hear some of the
there.
You can hear some of the priests like stop praying for a moment as they just sort of look to see what's going on. Garnet, it is very, very bright. And this person sort of leans down a little bit. And they're still surrounded. It's more than the light of dawn just shining behind them. It's almost like it's like a flickering fire sticking to them. It's your father.
As soon as she realizes it, she just stops, and tears like immediately are flowing down, and she's just gonna stare like deer in headlights shock.
What happened? Are you okay? Are you all right?
It's him, Dad.
It looks again, but obviously doesn't see anything. So it's just like kind of puts the other hand that's not being dragged like on Garnet's shoulder and just like comfortingly just rests it there. And just like waits until something else happens.
He gestures at you, Garnet, to come closer.
Walks closer.
Okay. Are you still holding Mantra's hand?
No.
Okay.
Just like letting it go. Like if he walks with, and basically, let's go.
All right.
Just let her walk and kind of just look at what happens.
As you walk close, as she walks closer, the sun gets worse. You can't look directly at it, Mantra.
Okay. Just kind of like shield eye, just like do a little peek and be like, oh, okay, and then it's basically like confirming that Garnet's like still there.
Yeah,
I think that's like as
you
much
can
as
still
you
see
can
her
look at
silhouette,
them.
but you can't make out
Yeah.
details. Garnet, when you get closer, he reaches down and puts his hands on your shoulders, and you feel him.
Whoa. Are you here to help out the Lord? Did you find him? Is he coming back?
He nods.
I don't know what to say. I miss you.
He pulls you into a hug and kisses you on the top of your head.
Just stays in that moment, hugging.
Mm-hmm. You're not sure how long that moment lasts. And he doesn't say anything. But he wants to make sure that you're okay. Because he's not coming back. Amosis, your father, is not the one coming back.
Oh.
Yeah, not Athalor. There's not even a moment where you feel like that.
Well, like, when you mean he's not coming back, like he's not the one being resurrected.
Correct.
But he's not just
Correct.
Going away for okay, right. Why couldn't they do this for you?
The entire night, all 4 steps of your journey, like moving around a pillar's board, all of this, plus your memories, plus the shadow of Myrick standing over your camp as the Iron Butchers, the Rust Risen, attacked, and the void cutting off the light of the gods from that place. All of these things flash in your mind, almost just like they're flowing out of him.
Please don't leave me.
You can feel his hand like brushing the back of your head as he continues to hold you close. I promise.
And just stays there until she's liking to be comforted, so she doesn't really say much. She just kind of cries.
He waits there to make up for lost time for eventually letting go of the hug and not like pushing you away, but like taking you by your shoulders again and then reaching down to grab your hand.
Lets him take her hand.
And he gestures towards the altar.
Is the altar behind me? I forgot where it is.
You walked away from the center towards the east, towards the stairs where he walked up. He's gesturing back towards the center of the ziggurat.
What do you want me to do?
He wants you to lead.
Lead him or lead the Okay, and just like gently is walking him down the stairs and past Mason and towards the altar.
As he goes with you, the mark on your hand is glowing white hot. You don't feel pain, but it's burning bright like sunlight. And once you finally reach the ashes, he reaches down and kisses you on the head again, and then points directly at the bowl of ashes. And the hand that he has is not your marked hand.
Picks up the bowl and holds it for him.
And he bows his head. And the fire sort of flickering around him suddenly surges with light. And it flares around him in the shape of enormous wings, almost as if they just unfurled across the entire altar. And you feel the same power that coursed through you when you blasted Alex into fucking dust, surging through you again.
Oh shit.
And he squeezes your hand again. And the thought just occurs to you that he loves you. And then your hand is empty. And then your hand isn't empty. And when the light fades, the bowl of ashes has been knocked over. And Athalor is on the ground, one hand in yours. And he looks slightly different.
But like recognizably him?
I am going to let you be the judge of that.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Like same like would the clothes be right? Because the face is pretty different, and hair and everything. So I think that's only the clothes that would be recognizable. Is
Well,
that what he's wearing?
unfortunately, we're working with Terminator rules, so he is naked.
Ah!
But curled up in the I just, came out of the Matrix form.
Athalor? Is that you?
Yeah. Oh, is it real? God, yeah, Mantra.
It's real.
Just dives on top of him to give him a big hug and slightly crushing, but is hugging him, crying.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, make sure you cover me. Oh, this is a really hard rock.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Mantra, or
Yeah, I would have already made. Would have when Garnet was walking back, like follow.
Oh, okay.
Would have been there. Yeah, give a hug as well, and it's like starting to ask, like, wait, you saw us? No, don't worry, it's fine. You're back. And just kind of looks at Garnet and just kind of repeats it. You're back, and looks back and forth between them, but gives a firmer hug to Athalor again.
Athalor has a little listen. Is it just voices, gnomes? Human voices, wind, sound of city bustle?
Yeah,
Nothing
and
else?
prayer. Do you speak Primordial?
No.
Okay. Yeah, prayer in a language you very much don't understand. This will not be recorded as the fourth miracle, but all of the clergy of Zalar who are gathered are very much aware of the fact that they just witnessed a big display of divine magic, and so they are all sanctifying and giving thanks and all that stuff right now. So you have that low hum of all that in the background. But for the moment, it's bright and your friends are here. And you're breathing and you can feel weight and you can feel the air on your skin. And breathing almost hurts a little, but it feels really good. It's exhilarating at the same time. It's like the air has a sweetness to it.
Athel kind of shakes his head a bit, finding it weird that his usual braid isn't dragging across his skin. Okay. New. I don't hear him.
Your uncle? He's not there?
Thinking loudly in his own head. Hello?
Nope. Nobody's home. Just you.
Garnet looks behind her to see if Moses is still there or what happened
No.
to the light. Just
You don't-
looks back at Athalor and is like happy, but is still upset and crying.
I'm sorry I had to make it so dramatic.
Oh no, it worked. That's all that matters. Drama aside, you've always had a flair for it, but it's just I can't believe I can believe it, but I can't.
It's like starting to now not the naked part, but is examining him like he's a construct at this point. It's just like pinching his skin gently and like knocking on his bones to see if they're solid, and is like looking at his hair to see if there's patches, or just is examining him like an experiment and evaluating his reactions and stuff like that.
On the side, the Owlin High Priest Wallagash is shuffling forward with a fresh set of all white robes for Athalor when you want them.
Oh, thanks, Ayla. And once Garlet's like knocked on a bone, it's like, okay, and then just brings the robe over and ties it off as quickly as possible. I think I'm real and I'm free.
What What animal did I summon at the Dark Academy? Only Athalor would know this. Because you were mind blanked at that time.
Animal at the Dark Academy? Just the Void Spawn? No, the Infernal Horse.
Ah,
You
it
rode
is
it
you.
across some Rainbow Bridge. Oh,
Yeah.
my Rainbow Bridge.
And you caught me when I fell.
I did. That was very heroic.
Just
Your thing and my thing, but my thing slightly more.
keep sugging you now that you're clothed.
Are you? That's like you're sure you don't hear him. Not just like he's being silent or something for the time.
I don't know how I check, but I don't hear anything.
Well, you're back. That's good step one.
I'm not a miracle, am I?
Asks if they have the gem of seeing that I gave Bronta.
They run a scan over it. No, that's flesh and blood.
Okay.
Are you tired? Are you? What's?
Do I feel tired, Nams?
No. You feel invigorated.
Like a freshborn baby. You're just
Brand new. Crying. Athalor's newly kind of like moonly pearlescent eyes are very much teared over, and he kind of peers over Garnet's shoulder midway through their hug to like mouth a very big thank you towards Wallagash and Parthenax, who I assume are fairly close.
Mm-hmm.
I guess like we'll look at also High Priest Wallagash and say, did you see him too? And is gesturing to like behind her, to nothing, but to something behind her.
Did the Sunrider appear to you?
She's like trying to think because like I guess that's been some kind of icon of that, I guess. And we'll just say, no, my dad did. My dad was here. Did you see him?
Oh, Amosis, praise be. No, we saw only a great light. We assumed it was the Sunrider's power descending upon you to act as his vessel. Oh, blessed day, blessed day.
Weird question. Can you do an impression of your father's voice?
Uses a minor illusion to like repeat some of the stuff he just said.
Does it sound like the disembodied voice from in the...
No. Now that you mention it, while this term may not be... This term is limiting and incomplete. But that voice was feminine.
I heard voices when I was seeing beyond. I don't know if your father and I met. Well, I think we kind of tangentially met during the third miracle, but maybe not this time.
If this calls for celebration, and I'm sure that I and several prominent scholars and perhaps the Priest King and others would very much like to hear about your entire experiences so we can record all of this for all of Brontha's posterity.
Yes, I made a promise to record what I saw.
Yes.
That works out nicely.
Just gonna help Athalor to his feet, like he isn't sure if he can even walk, and it's just acting as like his cane in case he takes his first step and it doesn't go well.
How is my musculature? Am I rebooted?
Yeah, like no atrophy, maybe a little bit of confusion at first, like how does this work again? But all
reinstalling some drivers over here.
Yeah, more like a baby goat, like a colt, you know. Lots of energy, but a little bit awkward at first. You'll get your Alpha Grace back. You'll get your Elven Grace back. The clergy is going to lead you with, again, this is not a big public, even though this happened in public and people might have seen some fireworks, this was all still, they weren't exactly advertising what was going on. So they are going to lead you back to the main palace for food and more prayers and ritual and stuff, but mostly, hey, it worked. I mean, I totally knew it was going to work, no doubt, the entire time. And so, barring anything that you want to do, that could last the rest of the day if you allow it to. Marathon will be there. Not the entire High Council, like this isn't a huge public thing. A lot of the clergy is definitely there. You have all the food, all the drink that you could possibly want. You do have a lot of people asking questions at the Lord, but if you want space, people are still feeling pretty jazzed and reverent about this. So you can have space as needed. But let's assume that unless any of you do anything else, there is a celebratory feasting montage that happens next. And that can go into the evening.
Athelor doesn't share the doomsday prophecy, mind you.
Okay.
Leaves that one for later.
Okay. All right. Then let us leave our heroes to their celebrating and their feasting, and leave the shadows of what lies next until after our break. Book of Dawn Ioth Academy will return in just a few.
Everyone, just believe in yourself, okay? You need to be able to just stretch your bony little arms out and let go of Bolshaya. Richard Simmons, by the way, in case no one realizes what I'm doing. And I'm going to hit some persuasion.
Garnet, why does Merrick have authority over the tribes of Okarthal? How can he manipulate them?
DM question. What's the tribes of Carthel again?
The
That's
dragon
right.
tribes,
No.
the 10 dragon tribes.
Oh. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not very lore versed, okay?
No, that's fine, that's
20
fine.
Into, by the way.
By the way, Merrick's a dragon. One of it. Oh yeah, but dragon tribes.
Oh yeah, okay. The math is not mathing up right now.
You know, I've
There
been
will be
saying
no
if,
next time.
if at first you don't succeed, you can keep trying until you succeed. I think is the
I'm a
saying there.
trash cannot, Mason. I'm
No.
a trash cannot.
Garnet. Remember the conversation that we had earlier? I think some concepts can apply here about how, you know, when you're in your own emotions, you feel like you want to do the thing right now, and sometimes you don't want to do the thing at all, and that's right now. But then you have friends or people that
I'm gonna die
you know
alone.
you know, Garnet, you're gonna be okay. Let's just. Can you take some deep breaths? We can do it together. We can do it together.
Who am I gonna take to the blue gala or whatever fucking color it is?
For seekers, and magic dampens sound in these quarters, quieting boisterous visitors and heavy snoring.
And other things. I mean,
and other
we're all
things.
thinking it.
Are we though? Are
mean-
we?
These cheeks don't clap themselves. Just saying.
Colonel,
I've been feeling
I'm trying to sneak
right,
around.
baby.
Get our tummy thick.
Clapping my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards. All right. So do you guys just want to spend the night and then get breakfast and do this thing?
Please,
Yeah, let's
God,
go.
yes.
Yeah.
Release me from this hell.
All right, champions, round number 3. Fight.
I would like to cast fuck this at 3rd level.
You could certainly try.
I'll cast an invisibility at 2nd level.
That's the appropriate name for it. Fuck this, I'm out. We're renaming invisibility. Arbiter,
Yes, Grandmaster.
you get to jump in on this one.
I come in hot, white, glowing wings flared out. I've got the cheapest metal chair that you could possibly find. It's like I've got 10 or 20 years of repressed rage behind this chair. I'm rolling to hit with this chair. Oh, that's good. That's good. That'll hit. That's 16.
Because
Really?
okay, I mean this in the best way possible, Garnet,
So he
but you have
does like
very
me.
you have very socially intimidating energy.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What?
It's it's a good thing. You get stuff done. Clearly, it just is what it is.
So I need to be more useless so that a man can want to feel like they can help me and not be intimidated.
No, this
I
is
need to-
college.
I don't think that's quite what I was getting at there.
You know,
You said to
said I'm
look.
intimidating, and I gotta be more
Oh,
less of that. And
no. I don't think you have to be less of that. It's just that you are, and that's okay. But
I don't want to just be okay. I want to be amazing for a mate or whatever.
amazing for a mate.
Yeah.
Cut it out, you're trying to fuck.
Not that kind of mate. Like a crewmate. A life crewmate.
Sus.
Like a mate.
Wow.
And the Marid, this genie, shouldn't be able to arrive here. Ioth Academy is still technically protected by the dome, even if it's weakened. But it caught. I know, yeah, most protected place on Earth. Been attacked 12 times this year. Sue me.
Yeah. Safe, smile.
Exactly. Any safers in chat? But the Marid essentially hitchhiked on that pole of magic. When the water elemental came up, it sort of followed along with it. It drafted behind it, and that's how it was able to arrive. And there's your natural 20.
I just like the part where you say you came down a pole. I just stuck to that. Elemental stripper. Fuck.
Can I get fan art of Duba's pole dancing, please? I'm gonna file a request for that.
Duba queen.
Duba cheeks.
You have carte blanche aside from that.
Cool. So thinking kind of like, because it's pocket dimension and shapeshifting, but maybe it's kind of like a Venom-esque arrangement where it's a dimensional parasite. That so like when he absorbs things into his hand, maybe it's like a fucking, oh no, I've done it again. Maybe it's a teethy hand that like a toothy hole.
Could you please just once not consort with otherworldly powers from beyond the scope of human imagination? Just once, light day.
I refuse. There's too much empty headspace here with my lack of a brain to not have another thing in there.
Quiet down. Are you guys dating? Are you guys a thing?
Mason doesn't respond.
Time and place, Garnet.
Wait, is Francisco saying that?
Yes.
I mean, a maze is quite a romantic date, right?
Mason, you saved her. Oh, see, like Mason's the one who did all the work. These are like his dogs, and he let us here, and he really was so worried. And we fought this big thing earlier, and Mason was just so cool.
Oh my god, the vouch.
Thank you for the lampo.
Roll to vouch. Persuasion or deception, your choice.
Mason will try to say some of those things are true.
Okay. Welcome back to Book of Dawn, Ioth Academy, episode 102. Our heroes are celebrating Athalor's successful return from beyond death in the holy city of Brontha. And while there's a great deal of feasting and religiosity and writing things down so they can put it, in the rest of the catechism and such, our heroes do have other tasks to tend to. Tasks that, with Athalor's return, are seemingly no longer imperiled. Is there anything you want, role-play or storytelling-wise, from the rest of the day?
Athor wants to watch over them as they get a nap. Return the favor.
God, and Mason have been up so long.
Yeah, I think Mantra's trying to be like, "Oh no, I'm good. Like, are you good, Athalor?" But it'd be able to tell, yeah, we're fucking exhausted after at times.
Garnet and Mantra sitting at the big fancy dinner with all the big wigs being like, "Oh yes, this great and holy moment." They're just
I think she wants to talk to Priest Wallagash about the Amosis appearances. If he's available or someone adjacent, like
No, he'll totally make himself available. He's got a lot of energy for the High Priest. And what particularly about it? He's very eager to hear everything that you have to say about all these, beatific apparitions. These are things to which we can aspire but not desire. For to do so would be untoward.
I've seen my dad a few times now, and I'm just wondering if the Sun Rider presents himself in different forms. Like, is that the Sun Rider? Is that my dad? I can't seem to make sense of it.
Oh, well, this is, theologically speaking, it's a little bit unprecedented. I don't yet know the answer, but I think it is safe for us to say that despite the circumstances of your father's death, he had more work to do and a higher purpose to fulfill, and he still seeks to fulfill that purpose. I don't think that it's the Sun Rider disguising himself as a Moses. That would be philosophically troubling and emotionally traumatizing and entirely out of the nature of the one whose light shines truth upon the world. It'd be deceptive, which is not at all completely outside of the idiom of the Phoenix Lord. So I think, Garnet, the truth might lie somewhere in between.
Could I be crazy because no one else saw him?
Oh, no, that's not uncommon at all. That's not uncommon at all. You have a part to play. Kalor, the first prophet, beheld things and wonders that were not visible to the rest of the people when he established our holy city. There's lots of precedent for this sort of manifestation. You share a deep connection both with Amosis and with Zalar, so you would interpret things that perhaps would be hidden from the sight of others or simply too luminescent for us to behold.
So I'm not crazy?
No, of course not.
Then how can you tell the difference between something that you see something that's not there that is intended and not intended, as in you've made it up in your head? Like,
I believe that
there's a pattern in this case, and while there's more introspection to do, and one should always be alert and aware of false manifestations, of infernal forces disguising themselves to lead us astray. But I think that given that these events were accompanied, they paired with such divine intervention in such an outward sign of grace and power, I think that connection proves that this is not simply a work of the fevered mind. One should always ask oneself what these voices and faces and visions seek or say. The voices that emerge from within often speak of nonsense or self-destruction when the mind is unhealthy, or fear. They are rarely comforting.
Okay. Thank you. And great party, and sips her tea and waddles away back to the party.
Praise Zalar, have some more pomegranate juice.
She says, taking a glass of wine. It ain't pomegranate juice. When Athalor was about to experience, I suppose, waking up in Bronthad, did it feel anything similar to the third miracle, where Amosis also seemingly had a presence?
From your perspective, it was very different. You almost felt alone when you crossed back over. Not abandoned or neglected, but that was a crossing that only you could make in that moment. And you had encouragement and help and love behind you, urging you to move forward, and you had people waiting for you on the other side. But in that moment where you were in neither place, it was just you.
Okay. Well, so much for making Garnet feel like she isn't crazy.
So, Athalor, what are you gonna do about your dad? You gonna reintroduce yourself or go hidden? Stay hidden?
Good point. I guess I don't look as much like his son anymore. My father, maybe my entire family is in danger. They've been cast out on medical grounds, and that Crimson Council thing is happening. I don't know what the best way forward is, but like I said before, I am committed to rescuing the Sage. We need her, and more importantly, the rest of the world needs her too. As for my uncle, that's better left out of my hands. He holds no control over me that I can feel, but obviously my own opinion is tainted from him being helpful to me for most of my life, even if his betrayal is unforgivable.
DM question. If you'll allow it, could I use an identify spell to tell if Athalor's blood is still like on Onderud blood, or like if it's the same blood, or like just the origins of the blood, to see if he's still related to his family, kind of.
Right.
I just need a small amount of your blood, child.
An identify spell would not do that. You would need to cook up some custom magic. There's if you don't have it, like identifies magical items and enchantments, and for just somebody's blood or lineage, because it doesn't do that, you'd need to do some ridiculous alchemical stuff probably, which is not impossible. You could go to the Tower of Divination.
Got to see if I'm woe. If I started basically like, I forgot.
Because before, like, if I were to cast Identify on Athalor, like the last part of Identify, if you touch a creature, you learn what spells are currently affecting it. Was I able to detect the uncle connection
No.
through that?
Because it was physiological, it wasn't a spell. It wasn't like an effect that somebody had. It was an actual like quantum level biological connection, not a spell or anything.
Okay, disregard.
It was worth a shot.
Oh, and then asking Athalar, I guess this time. So why were you made to have this connection again? This was something your dad wanted you to have permanently?
Athalor gathers Garnet and Mantra in closer as to not sour the parties. When I was beyond, I saw what we summoned that night, that grotesque thing. It was following the trail of Ericura's blood, but also a thread was burning away, and I think that my uncle may have designed this connection to use me as some kind of node or nexus to guide that creature here. I don't know what my father may have had to do with it, but I hope he was not complicit.
Thread was burning away? What do you mean?
I would assume that it connected to my old body, and when that was...
they were chasing
thread
that.
burned.
But sounds like this connection was physical, like in your body, and wouldn't that be since birth? Like you've always had this, right? So your father
Yeah.
has to be involved?
I would have to ask him, but it seems likely.
Then you'd be safer not to go back, right?
Not till I'm ready. Well, after we've rescued the sage, that is still the priority. But then perhaps it would be best for me to be scarce from Underwood, besides with what's happening right now with the Kothra Moimor and the Council. I would certainly be a complication to the plans of whoever's trying to take over.
Well, we're trying to be undercover when we're there anyway, rescuing the sage, so as long as that goes well, shouldn't be anything to worry about.
Well, speaking of how that's gonna go, what about your magic? How do you feel about that?
That's a fantastic question. I thought it would be rude to I attempt to prestidigitate out a candle.
The candle snuffs out.
Okay.
You got it.
You got something.
Cantrips, that's somewhere to start. A lot of my power did seemingly flow from my uncle before. I will need to draw it from somewhere else, I suppose. I'm sure I'll find a means of doing so. I don't know how powerful a matrix I could power right now, but it seems like I at least have cantrips, and I have my brain as well, which is the most important thing for rescuing the sage. I can still navigate Vijaya.
Glad you got that back.
It's been a while.
I'm good for the rest of the night then.
Good for the rest of the night. Do you want to spend the night in Bronta, or do you want to go back to the academy?
It's probably late, right? It's probably like what, 1 a.m. or some shit. Like,
I mean, this started. You were reborn at dawn.
Oh.
You went to a feast, a party. The festivities will go on until sunset, probably. At least this is, again, there's just a ton of people, all the different flame fathers and firekeepers and acolytes are just like talking about the theological implications of everything that happened and comparing notes. So there's a lot to talk about, but not necessarily a lot that is going to directly impact or make for good TV. So you can choose to leave El now while duly impressed with everything that's happened. Does want to get it's sort of like, great, that worked. Let's go get the sage.
Awesome. Just a bit of flavor for me, Gnomes. What does it feel like to be sleepy for the first time?
That's kind of why I was asking where you were going to head. You're full of energy, so it doesn't kick in until late. So once we know if you're going home tonight, which is what El now wants to do, or if you're staying, which is what you're all encouraged and welcome to do by the Bronthan Council et al., that'll determine that.
I suppose it's down to if, like, Wallagesh needs to make any, like, last observations, like, for the 24-hour period.
He doesn't foresee any side effects or anything like that. I mean, you walk, you live, you breathe, you stand before us. His is less a scientific interest in like the way your body works and stuff, and more what was your spiritual experience and what can we learn about the cosmos and about the gods from this. So
your theta waves.
Exactly.
The hairline. And
so where do the 2 for Ioth? Garnet?
She might want to stay the night. Maybe she can join in the morning or whatever. If it's a big deal. Unless Elnow's very like, let's go, and then she could be convinced, but is liking the positive vibes of the party and thinks it would cheer her up to be here.
Yeah.
So.
Athol will stay with her. He feels very dutiful after they stayed up all night with with a bowl of ashes.
Well, Elnow's main concern is getting into action on rescuing the sage, and she needs all of you to do that. So if you're staying, she's like, fine, we can plan and talk about it here.
All right. Mantra defaults whatever Garnet is like. If she wants to stay and Athor is staying, then yeah, we'll also stay.
Mommy's come to pick Garnet up from the party. She's honking the horn outside.
Get in! We're going shopping.
All right. Then you have the gardens of the palace to yourselves for the evening. I mean, not entirely to yourselves. There's so much hustle and bustle, but you can get a private room. Garnet's room is prepared and made ready for you like it was last time, except without the Muir Cologne housekeeper. And yes, they verified and double verified. So under those circumstances, Athalor, the weariness is very similar. But before it was like, I need to refocus and to clarify myself. And now it's more like a warm, fuzzy blanket getting drawn over you. It's this much more almost like seductive or slow physical experience of getting sleepy.
Oh, I feel weird.
What's wrong?
Oh, I think I need to lie down.
Okay, go to sleep. Yeah.
My brain feels slow.
Been a long day.
What do you elves do? Like dream or whatever? Go do that.
We trance. Yes. I'm going to do that. Thor goes over to whatever corner of the room has like the futon or whatever, and does the cross-legged sit and attempts to trance.
Nothing happens. The pathways of memory just... It's not like something got cut off. It's just not there.
Try again, but harder.
Roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
Take psychic damage.
With advantage.
Oh. Wait, that's just a Constitution check. Add 3 to that.
All right.
21.
Cool. 21. No, still not happening.
Athaloy in frustration kind of just like flops down on the pillows and closes his eyes.
Okay.
Not trying to sleep, but it might incidentally happen.
It happens. It eventually happens now that you're not deliberately, I would Dreaming, as it turns out, is fortunately for you not an entirely unfamiliar experience, but I do want you to roll a wisdom check, please.
Ooh, a wisdom check. Okay.
A 7. It takes, I don't think you realize that that's what's happening. And it's very much like hallucinating. You and I know what dreams are like. Athalor has been there, but doesn't have that sort of, because it's something that's always been artificially induced. He's always gone into it knowing, okay, I'm entering this other plane of existence where mental laws take effect. Here it's just that sort of like, things are happening and they're weird. We will address that shortly. Mason, Mantra, anything else that you're doing this evening?
Nah, tired as shit. I'm just gonna sleep.
Okay. Garnet, are you spending time with anybody else?
Nope.
Okay. Your mother doesn't like push to talk to you, but she does sort of like make sure people are checking on you to see if you need anything, because she knows that you are upsetty spaghetti. Elle now is going to trance and is like already just working on the plan to rescue the sage in her head. That's what she's already focused on. Okay. Athalor, your dreams are vivid and strange and funhouse versions of a lot of the things that you thought about while you were neither here nor there. The geography of the academy does not make sense. It connects to places that it shouldn't, and yet those places are... it makes total sense to you in the moment. Before I go with anything, is there anything that you want to throw in?
No, just go wild.
Okay.
What is dreaming?
All right. You are tiny and in the grove, and everything is just huge and towering above you. And you find yourself running from squirrels, enormous squirrels that aren't hostile, but are curious and much larger than you and very likely to crush you, just in their curiosity. What is the correct solution for these squirrels?
Hide inside so they can't get in.
Okay. Roll 1d20 for me, please.
Ooh.
Okay. You tuck yourself inside a whitecap mushroom, just opening the door on it and going inside and shutting the door and sitting down in front of the fireplace. Curled up on a rug in front of the fireplace is a dragon who, compared to you, is the size of a squirrel.
What color?
With opalescent scales and tufts of emerald green fur runs down the chin, chest's back, and tail. There's one horn arcing up, and the wings are glistening, almost translucent.
And it's a slave?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose in dream logic, it's not too rude to wake them up. Like, hi, I'm Athalor.
Oh, that's right. You're here now. Hi. Hello, Athalor.
Nice to meet you. Your name?
You can call me Wurinwa.
Wurinwa?
Exactly. Yes, you're good at that.
Squirrels.
They can be a nuisance, but that's fine. They're not going to hurt you. They're just a little bit curious. Let's just not. Here, hold on. Just open the door.
Opens the door to the white mushroom.
The door of the mushroom opens into the moving mouthpiece of a suit of armor that is inside Ioth Academy.
Oh. Of course. Squirrels don't go in the academy.
Exactly. Do you need a lift down?
Yeah, I don't know if I still know how to make Featherfall happen.
Let me. And Woodrenoir picks you up by the scruff of your robes and flies. And as you fly out of the mouthpiece of this set of armor, you grow until you're normal sized, and it's no longer a huge drop down.
Does Woodrenoir stay the same size?
Compared to you, yes, is still squirrel sized, but no longer micro
Okay.
squirrel sized. So the ratio to you has been maintained.
Thank you. Perfect.
Athalor, when you go to find the sage, I'm going to help you.
That's great. Are you the dragon that Mantra and Garnet?
Yes, I already talked to both of them.
It's nice to meet you.
Yes, I wasn't expecting to meet you until we got there, but here we are. That's much better. That's much faster.
They said you were a dream?
No, I spend some time here. But I'm real.
Yeah, we are. Mate, Mantra. I'm just like, did Mantra drug me? Right. I'm excited. It'll be great. I mean, we're already a fantastic team.
Yes, good. And we are going to need to work together long after that.
You seem nice. I'm happy to be friends.
Good. Your skills with metaphysical planar geometry are going to be super helpful. Yes. We're going to need you to build things, but probably not for a while, not until you've had some time to get your legs and figure things out. And but you have, well, okay, your destiny can be whatever you want it to be, right? But now that you're back, and now that she's here and you're here, and she wants to help you and she wants your help, I think that's going to be really important. But we don't have to worry about that right now. We can just worry about getting the sage back.
She?
Yes. Railton, whose hands guide the pearl across the sky.
She's who I heard.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Does that make me like a warlock of Rialta or something?
No. You are a weaver of tones and threads. That's really who you are, and that's who you decided to be and to make yourself. So you're going to keep doing that.
Okay. Could you tell her I said thank you?
Of course.
I appreciate it.
She's very happy for you. All right, so you're dreaming. So you've done that before, just this time it's without the flowers, which they used last time, which they didn't have to, and probably shouldn't as often. I'm not totally up to speed on how mortal brain development works, but probably not excellent, at least for the first 25 years. But I'll see you again soon, okay?
Okay, how do I get out of dream?
No, well, you wake up, but you need a night's sleep, so don't.
So I'll just wait here?
Just relax. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Relaxing.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
And Wurenwa curls up into a ball and sinks into the floor and is gone. The night otherwise passes with just more dreams for all three of you. You are awakened with a bountiful Bronthon breakfast. The council doesn't have immediate business for you. They obviously are going to want to talk about some things that are going on and that'll be moving in the future. But you have the morning to yourself. Elnow will meet you in the room that's been set up to serve all of you, unless you want your food brought to your room, Garnet, which they will do. Elnow is just like sitting in. She's got a whole bunch of like spiced pastries and stuff, and she's just and some spiced tea, and she's just sitting there. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. That was weird. I thought looks at the spice pastries. Garnet.
Hmm?
You should bring some back for Cyrus.
He can probably just cook these.
That's not the point.
That's not the point.
Oh, right. And starts grabbing with you.
I mean, you could as well, but it would be amazing.
I'll say I made these. Great idea.
Yes. I hope he never challenges this.
Or maybe I'll just bring it. Oh, it's fine.
Did you buy fast food and try to pass it off as your own cooking? Aurora Borealis manifested entirely in my room, kitchen, at this time of year.
The Aurora Borealis.
Elnow, while clearly being focused on the task at hand, does look at Athalor with a critical, not judgy, just I'm a practitioner of magic and this is a hitherto unknown phenomenon. And she looks at Garnet with concern and warmth. Sort of, and then sends you a little message. You okay?
Wait, who's this? Elnow?
Elnow, yeah.
She just smiles and drinks her tea.
And she mutters out loud, okay.
I didn't trance.
What?
I couldn't trance?
Did you like sleep?
Yeah, I think I slept. Slept. And went to dream. That's
Are you like not supposed to be able to do that?
yeah. That's new.
Elnow sort of leans over to the side like she's getting a look at your ears, which remain pointy. Huh. Veery.
I'm open to it.
Our people experience death differently than others. The other world acts as an additional layer of reconstitution. Our psychic imprint is woven through that filter, and the ambient subconscious does not emanate into dream. It remains physically part of us and physically accessible as an almost genetic memory. It's a little bit more metaphysical than that, but you can think of it that way. If your new body has no biological connection to your previous body or to any other elves, then you would not have that inherent connection. But you'd still have to restore psychic energy somehow, which apparently would be sleep. So you might not have any, in the traditional way of speaking, Athalor, you might not have ancestors.
Oh. That seems like a minefield.
How
Can
so?
we do other elf stuff?
Flicks his own ear. That.
I mean, besides the...
What do you mean elf stuff, Mantra?
There's like other like elves can't be like what? Put. Oh, maybe that's still a sleep thing. Charmed, maybe.
It's possible.
You're looking very handsome today.
That's.
Yeah, he knows.
Good one.
I mean, in terms of a minefield, it's certainly unexplored territory at the lore, which maybe when we're not dealing with 15 different crises, we should look into that.
Yeah.
Which isn't to denigrate it. There's just other things. It's just going to take some time. But what do you mean a minefield aside from that?
Well, if you said I don't have ancestors, that might interfere with the claim to Underroot.
Well, no. Not that I'm an expert growing up in Hraidor, but your father claimed you when you were an infant. And by your laws, as long as you're claimed outright, you count. Biology or not.
Okay. Well, that makes me feel a lot better, providing he doesn't disown me for freeing the sage. So let's find that one out.
Different issue entirely.
Oh, dark vision. Can you see in the dark still?
It's like bright Brompton morning.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a closet in this city that isn't constantly illuminated.
Just turn
no
the lights
offense,
off really
Garnet.
quick, right?
So you haven't built
find out
anything.
As in, like, no.
Okay. There are two schools of thought here. Under the first, the opposition has already taken action against us using the information that they had previously. Now that we have eliminated any such information, how long is it going to take for them to realize that this isn't just a mind blank, and what are they going to do in response? Under that thinking, we should go as fast as possible to prevent the more time there is to interfere, the more interference we can expect to encounter. On the other hand, she looks over at Athlor. We're dealing with something completely new, completely unprecedented. And going in without more information might be a bad idea. So either we do this, like, now or now adjacent, or we give the Tower of Divination some time just to make sure that there is no further connection and to do as much divination as we can to support. I'm going to get Untermaller's opinion on this, but I want to check in with each of you and hear what you think, since your lives are going to be on the line during this, as usual.
I'm ready to go.
Great.
Athelor opens up his book that he used to essentially use as a gyre extension when they were doing the ritual. Can he read the markings he made?
Yes.
I think I still understand this enough. I'm ready whenever.
She's gonna put like the back of her hand on like Athelor's forehead to like feel his temperature. Do you feel normal?
Yeah.
And she's gonna ask him in Celestial, can you understand me?
Athelor very much looks like he did not understand that.
Okay. Okay. Never mind.
Okay. Let's run through everything that we need. First, we need to get as close as possible to minimize the threat of any Shadowgate nonsense. We need mind blank effects. I can get that for the 4 of us, but that's it. If we're going to go basically now. What else did we need? We have this dragon who's supposed to help us with the herald.
The potions.
Which ones? Which potions?
Potions of reduction.
Reduction, right? The shrinking
or the sage. Yeah,
we can get all that. We can get all that. It's just a question as part of getting there. What else?
We could use a scroll of locate object on the lantern.
Okay.
We have the dream charms that the sage gave us
Mhm.
as some kind of sympathetic connection to her, locate her in the shadow
Okay, good.
plane.
Good. Yeah, sympathetic magic. That's good.
Mantra will be able to use Redknop's orb to seemingly scribe a sage.
Mm-hmm.
We already have that.
Maybe it'd be more effective once we're in the shadow walk. I don't know.
Yes. Well, no, because the shadow plane is technically another plane of existence. The sympathetic magic link should guide those of us who know what we're doing. No offense, in the plane of shadows. Locate objects, scroll, mind blanks, potions of diminution. And given that we're not trying to pirate anybody out in anybody's knapsacks, do we just need the one for her?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Yourself and Garnet are going to be responsible for exfiltration with the Shadow Walk, right? That would be it, yeah.
Yes. I wonder if we don't want to go into Onderud, the real Onderud, at all.
Could we get away with not doing that?
It'll add complexity to what Garnet and I are doing, but I feel like just walking in there with you right now, Athalor, could trigger an entire, let alone what your uncle is going to do, just what did you do with our kid? And I just prefer to not right
now. Yeah.
Passing into the demi-plane is going to be complicated, but I'm sure together we can locate it and slip inside.
Mm-hmm.
Only once we are in there will we be able to locate the object.
Yes. Yes. It's an additional layer of complexity. I just think it's worth it. So we rally together. Maybe, okay, we teleport outside of Onderud. Not to their teleportation circle. We teleport outside of Onderud, physically close. One of us, you or me, Garnet, opens the gate, and we all pass through. Using locate object and the sympathetic link of those connections, and Athalor's knowledge, we find our way inside Onderud, the Shadow Onderud somehow. Then we find our way to the Shadow Gyre, and we step out. Navigating that, I'm going to be relying a lot on your brain, Athalor. We get to the Sage. You have the scale, right, for Worenwa? We get to the Sage. We invoke Worenwa. Worenwa takes care of the Herald. We administer the potion and get out through the gate we had already opened. In and out as fast as possible. Once we're back in the shadow world, we worry about exfiltration. Okay?
Things might even get easier if we have a sage and she's conscious she could gate us out.
You're right. You're right. It just depends on what sort of state she's in. Okay. We are going home. And then we're going.
Right. Mantra, do you mind if I glances over to the quill?
Oh.
It's still
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Does it respond to Athalor still as if it was attuned? Or do I need to reattune?
You are not attuned to the quill.
Oh, okay.
You can take an hour. Elnau can put 1 hour on site once you get back home to prepare. So if you need a short rest, you can take it.
Okay. Cool.
Garnet, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Elno talks to one of the attendants to get all of you escorted to the... Well, no, she doesn't need to do that. She can just teleport out of here. just do her own teleportation circle. She starts working on it. She just starts inscribing it. She's just going to leave right now from your room.
Just carving into the floor.
She has chalk.
I
They
guess
have people for
we'll
this.
take one chalk and help her finish the other
Right.
side.
She basically just tells an attendant, we're going. If they need something, we'll do it later. All right? The Priest King will want to, and they will, yes, the Priest King knows this is urgent. All right? I'll write an apology letter later. We have to go. The attendant bows. A minute later, Elnau activates the spell. A column of light rises up, and all you have to do is step through it to go back to the academy. She's the first one through, and assuming that all of you follow, you are gone by the time that Marisol knocks on your door.
Oops.
Uh-oh. How rude.
Back at the academy, there are a few people who glance over at Athalor, confused as the lot of you move from place to place, but the teleportation circle that Elnau used was a private one. The coordinates of which are hidden. The public terminal for the academy goes directly into the causeway where you can get immediately ganked. She didn't go that way. She wants all of you back in her office in 1 hour. She immediately leaves to grab potions and scrolls and all the things that you're going to need. Athor, you want to attune to the quill?
Yes. Did she teleport us into, like, the headmaster's office?
No, there isn't a teleportation circle there, but she did teleport you into the spire.
Okay. I thought I was going to attune to the quill and then go and wait outside the elemental wellspring room.
Okay. Mantra, do you need to do anything?
Check in with Sventisco, letting her know what's up and
Okay.
where he's been, and I'll give her a little recap. And
She's going to want a much longer recap because holy crap, that's ridiculous. But but yeah, you know what? That's fine. It do be like that. She'll catch up later.
Sounds
And
good.
there isn't enough supplies for her to go with you, so she just loves you and wishes you luck.
I thank her, I kiss her, I wish her
Mm-hmm.
goodbye for now. See you soon.
For now.
Hopefully.
Yes. No, hopefully,
Yep.
just yes.
Not dying.
Yes. Garnet, do you need that hour for anything?
Nope.
Okay. 1 hour later, you're all gathered in the headmaster's office. Elnau has the staff. She's wearing somewhat less obvious clothes. She's not dressed up in standard academy gear. And she shrugs. It probably won't matter, but just in case. Mhm. Did you need something with the elemental chambers, Athalor?
Yes, we should probably fill the quill up just in case we need a excess of arcane juice.
Go ahead. When you get there, the energy in the room is different. I would say it's almost taxed, like that focusing gem, that mote of Arakura's eye, has been getting used a lot. You don't think it's going to affect what you're doing at all, but it's almost more warm to the touch than usual, and the air is wilder in this room. But you can go ahead and fill it up with whatever kind of power you need.
Cool. Just grabs like 5 points of each power.
Okay.
To keep it balanced between the 4 pillars.
Elnau grabs the scroll of teleport, lifts it up in front of her, stops for a moment and looks at Athalor and says, "You wouldn't happen to be particularly familiar with any areas outside of the city? Or any circles in the city that are not going to be monitored?"
Mother's Workshop? Would that have a circle?
No, it doesn't have a circle.
Okay. No, outside the city where he met Untermola? Was that outside the city?
Yeah. Well, no, you met inside the city and you left via magical means. I don't know if you've ever been in the environs of the city.
Yeah. Maybe not then.
Okay. Well. Shit.
I thought like almost much like Circle of Mental Blessings, maybe.
Yep.
She hands each of you a potion of greater healing. I would very much like to not need this. And she reads from the scroll.
Is this bad?
It's not good.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 104. We're finally rescuing the sage.
What's the scroll? What is she reading?
Teleport. Just a scroll of the spell teleport. The last
Where are
time
we
she
going?
teleported, all of you got severely hurt. And
Why are we teleporting? I thought we were shadow walking.
you're going to teleport to outside of, because if you shadow walk from here, you're going to have to be, first off, you're going to be in Shadow Ioth Academy, which Elno is not particularly keen to go to, just in case. And second, you'd have to travel through the plane of shadow all the way from here to Onrud, which is thousands of miles. It'd be accelerated, but like it would still take a really long ass time. So you're going to teleport outside the city, then enter the plane of shadows outside the city and find your way in.
Okay.
But not before all of you take 25 points of force damage.
Oh god.
Force damage.
25.
And
we're dead.
An additional 24 for a total of 49.
I'm at 1 HP. What is this?
I'm
what?
at 0 HP. I'm dead again.
Also 0.
Why are we just dead because of teleport?
Because the teleport is not going well.
Not going spiffingly. Gonna have to wake everyone up. Okay, everyone,
No.
short rest again.
Lost to RNG.
Oh, shadow walk to Onderwood? Or wherever that
It would be hundreds of miles, like thousands of miles.
It's a long walk for the non-voidlings.
So
bring out the cards, Jeff.
and here they come. Okay, so I need to read. Okay. There is a brief moment of excruciating pain as your molecules do things that your molecules are not supposed to do. After that, it's like running fingernails up a chalkboard, except all your bones are the fingernails.
Ugh.
A moment later, you appear gasping for breath on top of an extremely tall mountain. The air is thin. People do some sliding, some near falls. And El now pukes.
The ashes again.
What?
She gets up and she looks around and just looks at everybody to make sure everyone's alive. Garnet, you do not look good.
Yeah, 1 HP.
Okay.
Wait, so are we healed or not? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Is an athlete
You
dead?
arrive at like nothing, and now we're gonna do all these things that just happened.
Oh, okay.
All right. First off, Mantra, you've had very little action this episode. Do you have a coin of fate?
Nope.
You do now. I'm giving you the coin of fate.
Shit.
Party, you have access to an augury. Please use it before the end of the episode. One of you can heal 2d4 from packing some snacks in advance. Who here's the lowest? Garnet at 1?
Well, Athlor's at 0.
I'm a 0.
Also 0.
Okay, so the
Garnet,
two of you are...
Garnet's currently our tank.
All Apparently.
I'm 1 HP tank.
All right, Garnet, since you're up and snacks can't be administered to the unconscious, go ahead and heal 2d4 plus 2, please.
Okay.
Okay. One of our new cards just got played.
By the power of bacon.
All of you, please roll 5d8 plus 8.
Oh, man.
Athalor, as you were getting strained through reality, as awful as it was, you had a strange sort of understanding of it. How the gyre is just a particularly beautifully folded piece of reality, like origami in a way. And the last thing that you were able to do upon arrival was pluck those threads in a slightly different direction. And so moments after you arrive unconscious and your body completely out of whack, a surge of light emanates from you through the others, and all of you heal what you just rolled. That includes you, Garnet. Go ahead and heal 5d8 plus 8.
Oh.
Ooh.
Essentially, what Athel had was like, if you're in a car crash, you're like, oh, his license plate says knob. you get your little lucid moment before absolute peril.
Yeah.
Oof.
Garnet,
Come
you may
back to
have
consciousness.
Let's see. All of you also gain. Oh, man, they're just coming in hot and fast. After, is anyone still hurt? Elnau is going to walk around and check with everyone to see if they're still hurt. How bad are you?
28 out of 35.
Oh, so you have 7. You're down 7.
Yeah, down 7.
I'm
Garnet,
down 10.
you're down 10.
Down 4.
All right, you can drink those potions if you want them.
How much are they?
44 plus 4.
Regular is 2 plus 2, right? I've got one of those.
Just
Yeah.
We might Sure. Let's do a little potion.
Okay.
There's my potion of healing. Get it out of there.
Elnau takes a couple of moments to regain her breath. Onderud is nowhere to be seen.
Where are we? Where do we end up?
What environ are we in?
Mountains.
Is that congruous with where Underwood would be close to?
Yeah, I mean, Onderud is definitely in a mountainous region. Some are really high snow-capped peaks. Others are more like foresty alpine, and you're on one of the really tall ones. It's summer, so it's not that cold, but you're a few miles above sea level. So the air is thin, and it definitely is cold.
Okay, this seems like an issue.
A little bit.
Oh, why do I even try this? Okay, we need some way of figuring out if we're even in the right continent. Can we use an augury?
Sounds good.
Wheel or woe? Are we on this continent, both?
Wheel or woe if we shadow walk now to reach Onderud?
Good idea.
Okay.
Yep.
The answer is wheel and woe.
So, like, yes, but it'll take a long time because we're really far.
If it had just said whoa, we would be in the shadow world for who knows how long. I'd rather navigate there than here. And just trust that we're in the vicinity. That place is more ephemeral than this. Garnet and I should be able to try to find our way there. Okay. spell now looks at you. Should I take this one?
I don't think you should take anything ever after that.
Okay. It's one specific spell.
My bones hurt.
Yes. So do mine, and mine are hollow. It's one specific spell that I am willing to let somebody else do next time, but it does not. There's not enough data to suggest that I'm just bad at everything, Garnet. I'm just not good at teleporting.
It's just unlucky. It's just, you'll get it next time.
There won't be a next time. I'm not teleporting with her ever again.
Fair enough.
So you want to shadow walk now?
Yes. We're here in the mortal world. No idea where we are. Can't just walk from here. I can try to fly up and get a better view, but it could still be hundreds of miles. We can go much faster. I think it's just 30.
Yeah, I have a horse, but probably can only take one of us.
That's why we should just shift now. It's not, she looks at the results of the augury. It's not going to be that bad. We must be fairly close, and you and I will be able to navigate much better there than here. The mountains
You don't
will
even know what direction to go.
But-
How would shadow walking now be a good idea?
It'll go a hell of a lot faster.
Okay, go ahead.
It's going to take her 10 minutes to cast the ritual. You're not quite here long enough in the cold to have to roll a saving throw against frostbite, but it is very cold. I'll just put it that way.
Like mold some earth for a little blocking dirt kind of wall or something against the wind.
Okay. I need all three of you to please roll 1d20.
Oh.
5, 13, and 4.
Congratulations, Mason. You're at least met.
Garnet. Low roll. Garnet. I have an offer for you. Not me. I'm an impartial observer here. The serpent has an offer for you.
Oh, that one's tempting.
The banker from Deal or No Deal. Coming in with a shitty deal.
Here's your first choice. You will gain supernatural knowledge that will grant you plus 1d8 on a knowledge check of your choice. Arcana, religion, history, etc. But whatever you learn, Zethius will also learn.
No, already know.
Okay, great. You want option number 2?
What's option 2?
If you meet an enemy this episode, they will have advantage on their attacks against you because they will be Zethius. Okay. All right. All right.
All right, let's drag this out for another 24 minutes, y'all. Let's figure out
there's
our
a
way there.
There's a kicker effect. I didn't finish. If this doesn't go off by the end of the episode, Zethius will reveal a useful secret to one of your enemies. It won't necessarily be like all your secrets.
Throw a punch at Athor. He's not my enemy.
No.
How about now?
Doesn't count.
I'm brand new. I'm neutral. She could make me an enemy.
Okay, I'll take the 1d8 as I wonder how to cook a Bronton pastry.
Roll a history check. Plus 1d8.
Don't cook
He's
anything.
learning the secrets of terrible baking.
Salt, sugar, I can't tell the difference. How much do I
Bitch can't cook for shit.
No, Cyrus's pastry.
All right, so much for that.
I don't want to help Zethius. It's a horrible thing to give me.
Just the dice fell where the dice fell. That's all.
Okay.
So I don't know how to cook pastries.
Correct. You absolutely don't remember how to do that.
Damn.
Unlucky.
The B plot is significantly hampered.
Mm-hmm. Alas. After 10 minutes, Elle now raises her hands to either side. Her pupils swell, becoming pools of darkness, of shadow, to fill her eyes entirely. She doesn't speak void tongue. She's not using the void language. This is a spell of shadow, the paradox, what lies between either side. And as she pulls her hands apart, your own shadows flow along the ground and coalesce and flow upwards into this floating, a shadow of a thing that doesn't even exist. A gateway to the in-between realms of shadow. She's holding the gate open and she says, Garnet, lead the way.
Marches in.
Okay. Walking through is like walking through an ice-cold waterfall, and on the other side is a landscape of exaggerated mountains, angling up at bizarre angles. It's very Tim Burton. There's absolutely no hues of color anywhere, just different shades of gray and stark contrasts of black and white. You know, in a way, it reminds you of the Silent City. But nonetheless, once all of you step through, Elle now follows and shuts her hands, and the pool of shadow, which here is a blinding spot of light as it leads back to the real world, closes behind you. This place is less real than where we just were. It's not like Dream where your mind alone can shape it, but it is responsive. It will shift. So let's all focus on, you know what? Athalor.
Yes.
Focus on home. And let's get going.
Under disturbance, I'm sure that whatever ripples Vijaya makes will show up quite loudly here where things are mostly still.
As all of you begin the long path, I would like you each to roll a survival check, please.
Ooh. I don't think we've ever had to roll that.
Oh, no.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing you haven't had to roll that. Okay.
Well, I will try not to tank this party too hard.
I'll also use one of my inspirations.
Okay, good,
I have a
good.
lot of them. Me trying to remember where S is in the alphabet. Leader of the pack, baby.
Okay, that's much better. It's a good thing that they put you in charge. I just need to see what the hell the headmaster's score is in this. Jack and also shit.
Oh man.
Yeah. Doesn't know anything. Moving through here is, I hesitate to say dreamlike because we already have an entire plane like that. But the things shift in the distance. You look at the horizon, and you see the weird, craggy shaped mountains silhouetted in the distance. And the next time you look, they've moved. And it's extremely steep up and downs because, again, it's like a bizarre, twisted version of reality, and things keep changing. And as you move through it, things blur. Your movement here is accelerated. Effectively, even though it doesn't feel like it, compared to the real world, you're going 50 miles an hour.
Oh, we're zooming.
Mm-hmm. Now, where's the notes I made for this when we were going to do this like 50 years ago? Rolling a d20, don't mind me. What's everyone's passive perception out of pure curiosity?
16.
14.
12. Okay. Cool. Don't worry about it.
After 6 hours of traipsing through this bizarre landscape, Athalor, you feel like a twitch in the back of your eye, almost. And up ahead, you see it before anyone else does. Their eyes, when they try to look at it, just sort of glide across and move away. But yours, when you look at it, you see the mountains sort of bending around themselves and tying themselves into a knot. There are way stations down below. You've always known that Onderud has access points to the mortal world, deliberately so they can conduct trade. And around the tangled knot of mountains, you see buildings, ramshackle, broken down, almost like a toll house that just juts up right next to it. And you see things moving down there, shapes shuffling around, wearing heavy coats. But that's where Onderud is. And once Athalor points it out, everyone can see it.
We've arrived.
Okay. Athalor, the shadow of a place that's familiar can be disconcerting. I just want to prepare you for that.
In what way?
It's an exaggerated, twisted version of what actually is. And when the things being exaggerated and twisted are things that mean a lot to you, it can just make things worse. Let's go introduce ourselves to the locals. And Elnau is going to lead the way. Should I use this map? Maybe I'll use this map. It's not fully prepared, so just treat this as a
preview.
More of a visual aid than anything else. How about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a visual aid in which you can see nothing.
I'm immersed.
It's perfect, DM.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wrong
Oh, no,
Athalor.
it's another time.
Up ahead are the enormous spiked gates of the city. In what should be this big, proud structure that would, with a huge gate that would open to allow travelers and traders in and out of the city, those who don't travel via magic. Instead, there's a spiked portcullis guarded by figures whose knees are backwards and who hide their faces beneath cloaks and hoods. Elna will go unless you want to take point.
Oh, she's got this diplomacy.
We need passage into the city.
What's you paying with? This is our gate. No one comes through for free.
She taps Ioth's staff on the ground twice, and a fireball shoots straight up to the maximum distance and bursts. And the cloaked figures hide and shriek at the touch of the light. We need passage into the city. They hiss and curse, but they move aside. And the doors open, and beyond, the passageway twists and turns upside down on itself, but it does in fact lead into a shadowy version of Onderud. Here, instead of the beautiful skyless city with the foundries and workshops down at the street level and the elegant towers and the gyre chamber at its center, the ceiling, the city half above you is tilted like it's about to fall down. And some of the buildings, gravity should work the same in either direction. Each should have its own gravity, but it looks like the buildings are hanging by chains or like broken and dangling by a thread. And the central structure is crooked and off center. There are shapes moving through the city as well, and the bustling streets that should be filled with forges and places where the artificers do their work are either silent or just filled with creaking and crunching noises.
This isn't right.
It's only somewhat real. Don't worry about it. Garnet, please roll a perception check for me. 25.
Hey, that's our girl. She's got them eyes.
Can't cook, but I can see.
I can see, but I fucked this up.
The journey could be full of peril, could be full of lurking daggers and shadows seeking to drain the very vital energy, the life from your bodies. But with the most powerful shadow mage and Garnet, don't worry, someday, navigating your way, you're able to climb up the decrepit, broken down towers that lead to the central chamber. The palace of your birth and its galleries that overlook everything. Some of them are dangling at such a dangerous angle that you have to use magic or flight or just swing on a rope in order to make your way there. But let us say that over the course of several more hours, it has now been 8 hours since you left. But you finally arrive in a dark and twisted version of a once familiar place. This is the balcony that should be the place where visitors arrive via the teleportation circle. But there are shapes moving all around you. The gyre chamber lies ahead, but the way to it is blocked. I'm just going to put you all on the map here. Shadows surround you they confront you on all sides. You might be having difficulty actually seeing them on your screen. They are, let me just go ahead and summon you here, here, and 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 here. El now pauses. Garnet knows well how dangerous these things can be. They were your secret weapon to a certain degree in the Clash of the Codex. Their mere touch can drain your strength into nothingness. An individual shadow may not be a severe threat, but there are a lot of them. Before the Archmage just Archmages all over the place, what would everyone like to do? What are everyone's thoughts on bypassing this challenge?
Garnet will suggest that she probably knows all the weaknesses around these guys and that they can hide in the shadows, so we definitely don't want to stay in that. So she'll offer, if Elna doesn't have if the Staff of Ioth doesn't have a big source of light, she has a spell that can bring a lot of light.
Okay. Which one?
This one can raise the light of an area.
Yeah, shutters and clouds. Yeah, you can do that.
So, but if she doesn't have a bright enough light, that could work. Or
I'm
if
just looking
anyone
at the
else's
staff of
light-
Magi.
light sources.
And if that's centered on Garnet and moves with you,
They're immune to necrotic and poison. They're vulnerable to radiant damage, resistant to pretty much anything magical.
Wait, so that spell raises like the ambient light? Is it
Mhm.
like does Mantra has a thing where it can create bright light from the charged runes in his horns? Can that like amplify that light?
It would definitely help if all of you are glowing. The staff can do the basic light spell at will, which is what she's likely to do here since it doesn't burn resources. Athelord, anything?
we could go up and over, avoid them using a rainbow bridge.
True. Let's take a look at the map here real quick, because this is a huge chamber and a lot of it is empty. Yeah, so if you scroll up, you're on a large platform above this lower area, and there are many shadows here as well. Beyond that, there's a big gap in the floor. Yeah, there's just emptiness when you get up to this point, past this balcony. There's one staircase. In the real world, there's two staircases that lead, two ramps that lead down, but this one here seems to be gone and shattered.
Okay, if we can keep the shadows at bay with light, I can use a single rainbow bridge to get us down to the next level.
How far will that take us?
30 feet, but I can cast it from the quill and go even further.
Mm-hmm.
I can go up to 120, 150 feet.
Okay, that could let us clear that last gap if we just stick together with the light that we all generate and just make it to there without incident. Hopefully we should be fine.
They're extremely unintelligent and really weak. So I mean, mechanically strength checks will be good against them.
Mm-hmm.
So I can use Twilight Tendrils to just push them away if they get close.
Okay.
So it'll be a strength check.
Mhm.
If we have anything that tests intelligence, we can try that. Light should be enough, but it only gives them disadvantage in the light. So it's like
It's
they
just
can
convincing,
still
right?
they can still act in the light. It's just they'll be much weaker.
Camera broke.
Bless the dark. He's already descended into the darkness.
After I use the second bridge, we still have to deal with 2 platforms.
That's why I'm wondering if we just try to bully our way to the balcony and then go from there with the bridge.
True, I could go from the balcony all the way to the gyre. It would be one heck of a cast.
It's worth it. Okay. Light, spit, and vinegar. Let him know who's in charge. We'll see if that'll work. If they get close to us, Garnet, you do that. I'll do my own thing. We each of us focus your shots on one target at a time, get rid of them. The closer they are to us, the more danger they are. Mason, do you have anything for the undead?
The undead?
Yes.
Don't believe so.
Okay. She taps the staff of Ioth on the ground, invoking the light spell. It sputters. She frowns at it. The light eventually bursts forth, but it seems dimmed. Like it's struggling even to defy the darkness of this place. Garnet, are you casting your spell?
Am I sensing that this is magical darkness that's in this area then?
No, this is just a property of the plane of shadows. It doesn't like light magic. It's not that it's completely disabling it, But if you want to cast spells that involve light, you have to succeed on an Arcana check, or it doesn't even work. And oftentimes their effects are reduced.
Okay, yeah, I'll cast my spell on her light thing.
Okay. Roll an Arcana check, please. A 13. It struggles. It feels like you have to pour more power into it than normal. No mechanical effect, but you are able to elevate that light. Mason, are you flaring up your horns?
Yeah, have to use some points of or some sorcery points, make runes out of them, and after a few seconds they will charge up and just emit bright light from Hunter's horns. It is 5 foot radius of bright light, an additional 5 of dim light.
It's like half of that. It's just barely enough to cover you. Which
Mine
means
should
that
be 45 feet from my thing radius.
yeah, all those are cut down. That aura of protective radiance that you were hoping for is not nearly as strong as you'd hoped. I would now like each of you to roll an intimidation check to convince these things that your shadows cast further than theirs. 23.
Can I use some celestial magic and cast Bright Bow rune? I mean, it has Bright Bow in the name, and just kind of like be sending out arrows kind of like into the sky, and they're, I would assume, bright in nature as like a advantage on this.
Some warning shots. Let's see if these shadows can dance.
Would that give me an advantage on this?
Yeah, I'll allow that. 22. Okay. Creeping forward, bit by bit. As you move, they draw closer to you, hovering like at the edge of the aura of light. But at Garnet's cold stare and the shadows emanating from her, the power that she possesses in this place, the newborn Athalor's sort of eerie luminescence, the bolts of celestial light being fired off by Mantra, and the don't fuck with me of Elnau, you're able to cautiously make your way. Now, Elnau is going to suggest that you just walk all the way to that balcony. Is that okay, Athalor?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not moving all my action figures right now. Just go ahead and, as you're moving, they're gathering around you, but staying at a distance. A gap in the floor leads down to apparently nothing. You reach the edge. A shadowy, cloudy void where the city should be drops out beneath you. And then an unexpected sound cuts through the eerie silence of the chamber. A shriek, a series of shrieks, and the flapping of wings. Clouds of ravens, crows, flit out from around, not from within, but from around the edges of the gyred chamber. And from the darkness, from the shadows, they rise up, pooling and coalescing into a humanoid form. A woman of striking, terrible beauty, with enormous, curling, dark horns. Are they hers? Are they a headdress? A dress with crow feathers all throughout it. A cruel smile on her lips, and a staff of polished ebony in her hand. Bars your way. We'll find out who she is on the next episode of Book of Dawn, Ioth Academy. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Does anyone need to skip detention? Okay. All right, Mr. Across the Pond. We will see all of you shortly. Testing. Is this thing on? Yes, it is. Hi, welcome to episode 102 of Detention. Who feels like doing the recap for some sweet inspiration?
Did the last one, so I nominate Lemon.
Aw, I nominate Legs.
Okay, I did make you guys sit and do nothing for a lot of this episode, so I'm going to do that again. Okay, recap. Episode, what is this, 102 of our 8-episode miniseries. We cut into Brontha, the northern ziggurat. Athalor has been toasted by Garnet, the second of her friends, but she's turned to cinders. But this time it was consensual, lovely stuff. The pyre is disintegrated. Athalor is ash in a bowl, and they take him over to the eastern or the northern temple. I forget which one.
You were at the west for sunset, and the ashes went to north for winter / rebirth.
I was incinerated in the west, and I was moved to the north. Athalor entered not here nor there, some manner of pseudo-limbo afterlife, to seemingly discuss with a mysterious voice as to what he should do and who he wanted to be, and whether or not he should return to this mortal plane. After promising to sing of the stars that he saw and glimpsed unimaginable peril coming to Anakra through a gap in the firmament, Athalor does indeed return, but it's not without some drama. Mason and Garnet are forced to stay up through the night and remember their time with their former friend after he became a small pile of ash. And as they're about to play some games, in come a bunch of the Zalarian religious zealots, and they perform a little bit of a ritual with the ashes around a pool, dragging Mason and Garnet over to the Eastern Temple, the Temple of the Sunrise, where Garnet sees a vision of her father, Amosis, if I remember correctly, Tosaka, amongst the rising of the sun. She has a wonderful reconnection with her dad, who tells her that he loves her and that he promises to never go away. And after that, she leads her father to the altar, and there's a bright flash of light. In the end, Amosis is once again gone from this mortal coil, but where he was is instead Athalor, curled up and very naked, holding Garnet's hand. He has come back in a certainly more different form. Less blonde, more silver looking, like a lot of him was stripped away. His eyes have been replaced by pearlescent opals, a lot more akin to the moon that hangs above Anakra now. And it was success all around. The Bronthans were very happy. They were kind of hedging their bets on this one. And they were like, we've murdered a child and we've got a miracle on our hands. So luckily, we came up heads on this one. There is some merrymaking at Brontha. They stay for the night, and Elnau joins them. And Elnau is very, very keen to continue with their quest to free the sage now that it seems like Uncle's influence has been expunged from both the body and mind of Athalor. Elnau does an absolutely perfect 100% 10 out of 10 no-notes teleport, which frags most of the party and puts a long walk before them as they end up on top of a mountain for reasons unknown. And eventually, they shadow walk with the help of Garnet over to Armdarud. And now the party sit within the shadowed, ruined version of Armdarud, avoiding the attention of multiple shadows, which could drain their life away at a single touch. And they are faced with, I believe the term is a shadow mommy.
Actually, that's if you look it up in the manual, that's the name of the stat block. That's correct. Shadow Mommy. Thank you, Legs, for taking care of the recap. We'll go ahead and do our normal thingy thing. I just got back from Mexico, so I did not put together like an awesome run of show, and I am leaving tomorrow at 7 a.m. to go to Phoenix. So, you know, if
I'd
this
like
is a little
pitch a segment.
Yeah, pitch it.
I was enthused by what you said before we went live. I think we should pitch titles for these episodes.
Oh, yeah, that's going to save me some more work. All right. So, do you want to do that as part of Stars and Wishes, or like just go? Let's hit it
Later.
first. Okay. All right. Cool. So we'll do Stars and Wishes, and then we'll do pick a title for the episode. / the DM continues to shift work onto the players, and then we will go from there. Crowan, Stars and Wishes for you.
Sounds good. I think a star of the episode was Garnet's dad coming through for her, especially after she was so like unsure that this whole thing would work and was getting pretty doomer about it. But you know, she has people looking out for her, or maybe even some way kind of like, I don't know, channeled or even brought him there. It's not the first time that she's like exchanged words with the father after he had passed and stuff, but especially like she was the only one who could see him. But yeah, just it working out and Garnet having that kind of connection and seeing that come to fruition for a big important moment of Athor coming back is cool. For a wish, I want to learn more. I'm sure we will, but just about Shadow Mommy. I mean, that's kind of she's there. Who the fuck is she? Where does she come from?
I'm
Learning the
preemptively
Shadow
telling
Mommy
you
lore.
we're probably not calling episode 103 Shadow Mommy lore, but you know,
What
we
the-
can vote on that later.
You workshop it. Shadow Mommy something. You know, Shadow Mommy returns.
Shadow
or
Mommy
shows
Money
up.
Gang.
Yeah, that's me.
Legs, Stars and Wishes for you.
Oh, stars. Star has got to be the meticulous effort that you as a DM put into seemingly thinking out this whole rebirth ritual in both the geography and culture of Brontha. So clap for that. Very nicely done. Big fan of how in-depth that was. And definitely seems like you thought that through very carefully when figuring out how Brontha would work as both a society and a religion. As for wishes, I mean, you took Shadow Mommy, didn't you?
I had to. It's Shadow Mommy. We ended on that. Like, it's just in my brain. You know?
You know what? As someone who isn't much of a shadow practitioner, I'm looking forward to learning a little bit more about how all of this janky stuff works. The
Right.
entire shadow world.
Not Shadow Mommy lore, just Shadow lore. Lemon, what about you?
It's not Coffee Crowan's star. I really enjoyed that moment too. I
My
think
bad, stole
that
it.
I know. I think that was my favorite too. I think second favorite would be like the quick chat with Wallagash afterwards, because I think the reassurance, because I think like deep down as a character, she felt pretty crazy for seeing her dad, and she thought that was some like unresolved trauma of, you know, seeing shit. Or maybe that it was Zaylar that was like acting as this familiar figure and
Wearing a
didn't
Moses as
see
a
it-
hat.
Yeah, like didn't see it as deceptive, but just saw it as like acting through this body, you know. And then, you know, other voices happening, and the fact that he kind of like gave her good advice or kind of cleared that up was an important moment. That was pretty cool. Wish, I mean, we all want mommy lore, whatever that was. What else? Oh, we also wish that Elnau puts down the teleport pipe and never ever lights that one up again, ever. And title suggestion, oh, he's 6 foot, he's single. Oh, that's my dad.
When you said that, I was just like,
oh no.
I was at the lore for a second. I thought I was like, wait a minute, he wouldn't be 6 foot. That's a little much for
Datalore?
a teenager.
He came back hot.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh,
oh,
no,
it's
he's
Athalor
hot.
walking down the stairway to heaven. I was fully convinced that was Athalor. Then I was like, wait a minute, we're 15. That's quite a growth spurt. Wait. And then someone in chat said something like, oh, is that dad? And I was like, oh, fuck.
So you knew before you knew after you said it, before I said it. Brilliant.
Well,
Brilliant.
like I got a hint, like someone thought it was, and I was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense than my 6 foot, Lakers center Athalor at 15 years old. So yeah.
yeah. So everyone starts asking Athlor if he plays basketball.
Okay. I've got a pitch for the second half of the episode title.
Okay.
I'm stealing from Star Wars, but another happy landing because she just consistently fucks these up.
This Dead on Arrival sounds pretty good.
Dead on Arrival is much better, actually. I prefer that.
Ship it. Actually, two of us unconscious on the ground, like, yeah.
Or mantra could be bright and horny.
Oh, dude, it would be so good if we had.
That's way too good. What the fuck?
Like 1021 as like rebirth, and then 1022 as dead on arrival. That definitely seems like a little bit of title trolling.
Yeah, stealing all these. I'm stealing them.
Oh, dead on arrival is so good.
Damn.
Just
Any
like
others?
real
I mean,
gaming.
that's killer, but there could be.
My question. Tell us about the design of New Athalor.
So New Athalor is essentially like a little bit of a brainchild that people and I have been working on for a while. Because in the post Mind Blank time, like Athalor kind of became a bit of a generalist with a little bit less like specialization. I kind of wanted to nullify that and give him a proper direction again. So Athalor is now a different kind of elf because okay, so when we started this series, you guys had a lot more D&D experience than me, so I kind of had to reverse engineer the character sheet, like try and figure out where everything came from and how making a character works, because I've made like 17 characters since then for one shots. So in the end, we just kind of like completely redid it, and we used the elf and an orc made a baby upbringing / race guide, which is fantastic. Highly
It's super
recommend.
cool. Love it.
You can find that on GM Binder Gnomes or something.
It's on the DM's Guild, and I have an affiliate link that I'll post in the description of this episode.
Yeah, check it out. It's really cool. And it means that we made like a new elf version, which can't trans because I've lost all my ancestral memories. And essentially, I passed by gnomes, but it's going to be a Hrorkalfar, which is a twilight elf. Because it's a dawn elf that's kind of lost a little bit of a dawning. So new lineage to be established if we survive this encounter. And just losing out on a lot of the blondness, because part of it, admittedly, we didn't want to have 3 blonde protagonists anymore. we did have a trio of blonde protagonists. And that had to go out of a window. Also got a homebrew sorcerer class, which gnomes approved, which is a little bit about like dimensional and planar messing up with things. We'll get to see a couple of the features of it over the course of the next few combat encounters, I suppose, either by accident or by not, depending on how well Athalor could mess with the Jaya. But it is fairly well Jaya themed, but Rialta was kind of looking towards how, while Vijaya is within Underood, the fabric of space is kind of a little bit wibbly everywhere if you look closely enough.
Cool.
Any other questions about Athalor 2.0? I have one actually. What was Athalor 1.0? What, like the second character you ever made? The first?
Yeah, the first I made for that thing Ulemon and I ran.
Yeah, that was your audition.
Yeah, and I think that I essentially just followed a YouTube guide on how to make a wizard. I can't even remember the character's name, but obviously since then it's been a lot more. And it's like, okay, we're gonna stick with sage background. Sure, don't know what that means. I'm gonna make my sorcerer, and my main stat's gonna be intelligence, and I don't need mage armor, and I don't need shield, because I don't know how this class works.
Oh no.
We were talking about it, and I'm genuinely curious how many one-shots you've appeared in, like, and just how many times you've been through the ringer of character creation.
A lot. I'm very lucky that Beep and I generally work on like the visual concepts first and like the themes, and then like I try and find either a homebrew to match it or a regular class that works.
Honestly, that's what I like to do. I often will start with the aesthetics and the visual and then work backwards to figure out how we can make it work mechanically speaking. So I am, first off, I am kind of glad, Lemon, that you asked that. The question about your dad, like, is that my dad or is that Zalar wearing him as a hat? Because that is something that I have been thinking about. And because that whole situation, given Garnet's entire struggle with her birthright and the heavy religiosity of her home and her own experiences and the bad shit she's been through, like, that's a legitimate concern. I'll be interested to explore that some more.
I have a question for Garnet or Lemon about Garnet after you. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna quickly say, like, I wanted to ask Wallagash if they've seen Zalar, but that's like asking like a priest, have you seen Jesus? It's like, no, we fucking think and communicate. It's like a weird question to ask. It's kind of childish, and we kind of sorted it offline whether people ever saw him, which was no. And that's why that was like a real concern of, okay, that is because when they were like, oh, did you see the Sun Rider? It's like, I don't know, did I?
Maybe.
Maybe. But yeah. Sorry, we're gonna
Is the Sun Rider 6 foot tall and hard?
I hope so.
Kind of along these same things is like the ritual working or like dad showing up for Garnet, that like strengthen her connection like with Brontha again, or even like put more faith in her own abilities, because like was, you know, being so unsure about this working out, but then kind of making it happen and being that force to do so.
I think like yes, but I think the forefront of her mind is, would she have wanted her dad to be resurrected over Athalor? Would she have, like, if given the option, would she have chosen her dad over Athalor? And that's sort of what she's battling right now of like, why couldn't they do that for him? So it's almost like, wait, we could fucking just, you know, sort of resurrect people or kill them and resurrect them. Why couldn't we do that with someone more important in our grand scheme? And then the fact that he kind of signed off as like, hey, by the way, I'm never coming back, and then like disappeared, and then here's Athalor, which kind of like visually looks like he gave his life for Athalor. I don't think she like really believes that, but that's like sort of imagery that's given. It's like a vibe. So it's like, yes, like 90% of her is like, oh yeah, I'm so happy Athalor's back. Thank God this worked, blah, blah, blah. But then 10% is like, well, what if he could stay instead? Like, I miss him, and if he would be back, all my problems would be solved. Brontha would be solved. I wouldn't be in this shithole if he was back. So it's like kind of, damn, could he just not have brought himself back or something like that? Or could she have done something to change that deal? Not really like her do something about it, but why didn't Brontha kind of do something about that? But so that's like a sort of a thought bouncing around of, oh, I didn't even know this was freaking possible. Because now it's like, oh, wait, this is possible. That's really awesome. But wait, why didn't we do this before? But maybe the logistics are different. But, you know, a teenager's mind of like, oh, we res people. Why can't we do this more? So
I think that's going to end up being a bit of a wedge between her and Seosh at some point. Like, it seems like Emosis pushed in the mirror image, like, this fucker's why.
I'm not going to answer that question out of character because I feel like that would be denying an opportunity for some tension and cool storytelling and stuff. So we'll have to explore that in character, I think.
Well, yeah, mostly like what a surprise that it happened. I don't know if it really changed. Like, yeah, it's like okay, now I have more faith that when they say they can do something, they can do it. It's like trust is now more there, but not necessarily like wow, Zalar is like Zalar has shown himself many of times. Like she believes that's all real, but it's more like, wait, we could do this whole time. Like what the hell?
That's fair.
One of the things about the gods and powers of Anakra is that they're pretty fucking demonstrably real, right? Like they manifest their powers, they've done things. Arakura's dead, like they can be killed. It's pretty obvious that they actually exist. The questions are more things that Garnet has asked herself, like why aren't they helping? Why did they let this happen? And they have limits. Like they blatantly have limits. So while a lot of people take comfort in faith, right? Like that sort of all-encompassing worship and faith that people have, others feel the way that Marisol does when she talked with Athlor, when she was like, yeah, Zalar's not infallible or all-powerful or a lot of these other things, but I'm sticking with him because, you know, either he's the best we've got, or I believe in his message, and like even if he's not omnipotent, I still think that those precepts and stuff matter. And so, as the emblem of that, I'm going to go with that. It's weird because you don't get traditional atheism when the gods can literally smite you. It's a lot more about questioning their motives and their place and their nature and their place in the universe. And I appreciate everyone sitting through 2 episodes of religious theater, by the way.
So like. What's the, would you say atheism is kind of just like being anti a god, like Elnau is atheistic to Vindor?
So atheism would be,
because you can't just deny they exist.
Right. You could believe that they're not what they say they are, that they're like lying to the world. I would put Elnau's position as Vindor's a dick, right? He's not a god worthy, like, and she doesn't, you know, she's not super religious at all. She doesn't really, as all this was going on, she was like, yeah, okay, let's do all this stuff. She didn't react in awe or anything because as far as she's concerned, the gods just have a lot of powerful magic. They're not special. They're not, you know, they have no spiritual significance because she considers spiritual power to just be another form of power that you can measure. So they're just really, really powerful entities who can be assholes and make mistakes. And so she doesn't have any sort of respect for them outside of the respect she shows for somebody with a really big stick. She respects Ioth more than a lot of the gods because of Ioth's accomplishments and his history and such. Like, that matters to her. What he did with what he had until he fucked it all up and ended up being an asshole. But like, that matters more to her. So if Zalar's out there doing good, yeah, that's great. That's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. Like he wasn't born. He didn't have a mortal life. The gods, the sovereigns created him to fulfill this purpose. So if he fulfills his purpose, he doesn't get a cookie. And if he doesn't fulfill his purpose, he's an asshole. I guess that's kind of the closer philosophy to that.
Can you give me the close notes of who Rialta is? Oh,
yeah.
It's overlated again.
Yeah. Rialta is the goddess of the moon. Like Zalar, she is the shared creation. Instead of Vindor and Sin, she's the shared creation of Liban, the sovereign of the seas, and Vindor. She moves in like perfect synchronicity with Zalar. As the sun sets, the moon rises. She sheds light in the night. She loves beauty. She loves music. She cares a lot about the people of the world. And she is really upset with the entire infernal situation. She will often ask her dad to stop being an asshole. Her dad rarely listens. Yeah.
So
And-
she's kind of got a team up with Zalar going.
Yeah. It's like she has the night shift. Rebirth isn't really her hat, if you will, but change and transformation is.
Okay.
And
Oh, I wonder.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, I am done.
Oh, okay. I wonder, like, I know we said like this wasn't miracle noteworthy, whatever, but I
Mhm.
still wonder, like, if the priests or whatever, like, thought any sort of way when like Athalor appeared in Garnet's hand and like
Mhm.
she said Emosis appeared and they didn't see it. Like, I wonder if they're not considering it to be a miracle, but at least in the same like, whoa, or is it like, oh, because we all collectively contribute, like they're taking credit for, wow, we were successful. She
Our
was there,
miracle.
you know, like it's our miracle, comrade.
I can probably explain this one without breaking too much intrigue. So the three miracles that have occurred, they so far only refer to Zalar smiting the shit out of a lot of infernal things. You could call every single spell a miracle, but again, if you want to be academic about about cleric's magic, about divine magic, all magic is the process of tapping into a power source, accumulating energy, shaping it into a spell matrix, and releasing it. Clerics and druids do that. They just get their power from deities, and they don't have to study as much intense theory because the gods do some of the work for them by delivering them these specific prayer spells and such. They still end up studying a lot of theory and such. So the clerics of Zalar and other deities understand magical theory as much as anyone else. They know that when the gods do major things, it's usually the same basic precepts of spellcasting, just on a way bigger scale. And they're often the source of their own power instead of needing to tap into an external source. So the three miracles that have occurred so far had very little ceremony about them. They had very little ritual about them. It was just like direct smack. You asked Zalar to help, Zalar helped, and just intervened in a major way. The first miracle actually had a fair bit of ritual about it. But religious ritual is a lot like arcane ritual. Ritual magic for you folks is when you need to do something really powerful or really complicated. It's not something you can just memorize and quickly tap into my energy and cast a spell. It's like, no, we have to set up this huge spell matrix in this like ring with designs on it that are going to channel and focus the magic that we gather into the right form to do this big, complicated thing we had to do from scratch. So the entire ritual of going to all four temples was not just for show. It was accumulating our magical energy. Like, it was all a big work of ritual magic. They did not, so they were involved in it, and they did contribute some of their own power and focus. They're not going to take credit for it because none of them can do that individually, and it still required some form of intervention on Zalar's part. But that's kind of what separates it from what they're calling the miracles. This would definitely qualify as a form of divine intervention, but it's divine intervention that had a huge amount of setup and prep on the mortal side of things. Did I answer your question?
Oh yeah, their interpretation of like, who are they? Just like, yay, Zalar was here? Are they like attributing any credit to Garnet, to themselves, to what? That
They all know that they participated. They saw Garnet's direct involvement, blowing up Athalor in the first place. Garnet and Mantra stood vigil. The priests didn't. You two stood vigil. And then at the big moment, you were engulfed in light that nobody could stare directly at. They all sort of saw that as Zalar intervening with you as the conduit. So you were still kind of the vessel. As far as they're concerned, you were still the catalyst or the vessel or the conduit for this divine intervention. Which would be a further sign of like Zalar's favor towards you, your own capabilities, your role in the future, etc. So a little bit them, a lot Zalar, and a significant amount of importance on you. As for Emosis' involvement, that's something that Walagosh and the other theological nerds are very excitedly talking about right now. Figure out exactly what that status is.
He could like maneuver into like a Archangel Gabriel kind of mythology.
Right. That's what they're trying to figure out. Is he like a separate entity now? Is he like a pattern that still exists with its own thoughts and stuff, but is a manifestation of Zalar? Has he become a messenger in that angel role? What exactly is both the super like metaphysical, like what's his stat block and what's his connection to Zalar? Those are things that they're geeking out over right now.
You should ask Garnet. She has advantage on these things. From whatever class it was.
Anything else, team? Anything else that we wanted to cover?
How's Garnet feeling towards Parthenax right now? She seemed to be pretty chill with him.
Parthenax.
Not Parthenax.
Oh, the king guy, right?
That's fine. I didn't correct you in the middle of the show. Who's his voice actor again? Anyways, carry on.
That's the king, right? I'm like not.
Yeah, Leomon from Digimon.
It's like weird. I mean, the biggest difference was like the before episode where he was like almost acting fatherly himself, just like taking care of things and giving her respect, like telling the spy master to get her whatever she wants, and he's a good listener and wasn't mad, and I don't know, and was helpful with this obviously, and didn't
just being a nice guy.
And he was in such an oppositional role during the original council meetings.
Yeah, and then the whole when she was talking to him about how the parents, aunt, whatever, of Pavan was disrespecting dad, and he was like, yeah, fuck that shit. So the fact that he was kind of like sort of on board with whatever she wanted made him earn some respect points for sure after she was kind of opposed, and it was not like a personal thing. I think she was like, I can do better than this guy, as Garnet would always think about anyone else. I can do better than you. And wasn't a fan of how he supposedly handled the Bathotlo stuff, but maybe there was more to that, more when you don't consult the other party, you're missing one half of the story. So definitely had him in a bad regard, but not in a personal way. More like, this guy just sucks at his job.
You're in the way of the Garnet destiny.
Yeah, but now he seems more cool. I don't know how much that changes her ambitions, but it's more like,
I might wait for you to die.
I'm gonna see this. I'm gonna see this through. I'm gonna check things out.
Push the timeline on the coup ahead a little bit.
just slow it down slightly. 0.75.
Yeah. Which I'm wondering how like Inaros is. I still haven't like figured out what Inaros' thing is, because he's just, I'm getting fake vibes. I'm just getting weird vibes from him.
You just don't trust hot men.
He's just like too good to be true, and maybe that's just my IRL distrust in men, but that's also leaking into my character, who also has distrust in men. So, and I don't even know if he wants a coup. I mean, he was kind of like, my loyalty is Brontha looking ass, while not being that loyal. But
that bro would burn down Brontha for Garnet.
Yeah, I don't know what his deal is. Can I ask what his deal is?
Nope.
Oh, he's up to something. If I
mean,
can I ask if he still wants a coup? Does he still want a coup? Does he want a coup? Did we clear that up?
Coup and chill.
Coup and chill.
Is he Cohen?
We'll find out.
I gotta use an augury next time. Coup, wheel or whoa?
If we coup in the next 30 minutes.
To the throne.
You can have a little coup as a treat.
What if it was just wheel? That'd be crazy.
Right?
Be coup?
Yeah,
Just wheel? What the fuck?
Literally go right now.
Could you present that evidence of a coup trial? Like, it said wheel, so
Or if it says "whoa," I'm like the Arthur meme of like the sun can't stop me because I can't read.
So if I do it in the next 30 minutes, but if I do it tomorrow,
Yeah, tomorrow's a different day.
Exactly. It's
New
like the
day,
pizza
new augury.
delivery. It's like, who's successful in the first 30 minutes or it's free.
Storm the Brontham Bastille.
That'll be, episode 300 in year 6.
In our 8-episode miniseries.
Any closing remarks or questions, gang?
Can't believe you think we're getting to year 6 before we get TPK'd.
Well, what do we do with the ashes?
They're gone.
Oh, like he turned into a.
They were part of the material component for his new body.
The owl ate them. Oh.
Wait, so like, wasn't the whole point of getting rid of the physical matter so that because shit was attached to the physical matter?
Yeah, not after it was entirely turned into. It was purified by fire. Right? If we think about it as an actual biological thing, right? Like there were modifications to his cells that gave him this quantum style connection to his uncle. Even if the substance, the raw elements that used to be those cells still exists, those cells are toast. They were broken down like the cycle demands. They were broken down and renewed. So even if there's some of the same matter, there's none of the same flesh. That's gone.
So even though he ate like Arakura's blood, it's not like in his ashes and then fucking reabsorbed.
I mean, even if it was, Arakura's blood wasn't what was contaminated. It was his organic matter that was contaminated.
I was fucked up from the start, baby.
Exactly.
I just let the hungry dark or whatever the blood is attracting would be attracted to the ashes then.
Oh, no. Because even if that survived, the amount comparatively is tiny. What happened when he ate the Arakura's blood was that it hyper accelerated his innate abilities. And one of those innate abilities is a connection to the one flesh. So every time that he partook, that beacon sort of pulsed and accelerated the process. But without his connection, with that gone, whatever he consumed is mere drops. Like there's a whole piece of Arakura's eyeball in the tower. That's way more than he ever ate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's coming, but possibly slower, or at least it's not going to speed up on account of Avalor.
I don't have to accelerate the timeline. Unless I do. The one flesh has to arrive sometime before Quest for the Book of Dawn.
So we can't just die of old age and live a happy life. We have to get eaten, our asses eaten by the hungry dog.
Oh, we do have 500 years.
Yeah, well, first off, you have 500 years. Second off, the arrival of the one flesh does not spell doom for Anakra. It's not a good thing, but the sage warned Raelta about all of this. Raelta she has plans. Yeah, the sage left after the nightmares thing. She left to go talk to Raelta. So Raelta is aware of what's happening and is planning ahead, is preparing for it, which may or may not have anything to do with Avalor.
Oh no. New fate just dropped.
That's why Wurenwa was like, well, your destiny's your own, but is this destiny here, if you're interested. Be a lot cooler if you were. All right, I'm gonna call it. This has been a good episode. Had lots of fun. I'll be back from Phoenix next week, and then I'm done traveling. And but I don't think we're gonna miss an episode for a while. I think we're on pretty good.
Are we on for next week, you mean, or not on for next week?
As far as I'm concerned, we're on for next week.
Yep.
Good. Sounds good.
I think we're good until maybe Wednesday the 15th, when we might well be flying to America.
Yay.
Yay.
All right.
To engage in adult
Mantra and Garnet do crime.
I love those episodes. Those are my
Mantra
favorite.
gets persuaded to do crime.
No, you were complicit.
an accessory to a two-person episode.
It's like an after-school special about peer pressure and war crimes.
The law sees us the same way. That's all that matters.
That's so true, bestie. So true.
All right, folks. We'll have to wait for Shadow Mommy Lore till next time. Until then, thank you, everybody, as always. Class dismissed.